Hello. I didn't set up my camera. Oops. But hello. Hi, Dad with that. Hey, kid. Hi. I actually caught you this time, rather than, I think last time I was like way too long on the stream starting soon page. Whoop, didn't mean to, okay. Quickly, I didn't even open Streamlabs. I'm not entirely prepared. Let me get the rest of the way prepared. Actually, is my camera fine? I'd like to just turn off auto exposure. No, it's fine. Actually, no, I take that back. I'd like to do a little bit of this and a little bit of this on. Being indecisive. Don't mind me. A little bit brighter. Or brightness is not gain. Those are different things, but they are kind of coordinated. All right, that's good enough. It's fine. Hello. This isn't updating. It should be at least one because I'm watching my own stream on my phone, but whatever. Okay, so yeah, it's been a while. I streamed 2 days ago, but that was a very short stream, whereas more so just being like, yeah, I'm back after like a week of not being able to stream. Let me not flash my school website stuff. That's probably that's something I want to do. Let me bring up. This is what I meant to have up. Yeah, sure. So I have an essay that's due at midnight tonight that I gotta get finished. And I decided, I'll stream the remainder of what I'm doing here. I spent the last 2 days reading the entirety of 2 books about Rubik's Cubes, so that was fun. Actually, they were interesting. I will say they were interesting. I didn't cheat. I listened to audiobooks of the books, but they were interesting to listen to. So let me give you more context. I'm sort of getting ahead of myself. Yeah, so I have this essay that is the reason right now that I'm not streaming programming stuff. And I'm like, why not? I'll stream doing this. So essay about Rubik's Cubes. I got influence on the topic, and yeah, I have Rubik's Cubes that I solve. Oh, that is also just making me notice that this camera is not. No, hold on. No, hold on. I can fix this. I have no reason to, but I'm like, have my Windows still have Rubik's Cubes be in view. These are just here for Twitch stream decorations. So, but yeah, no, I solve Rubik's Cubes, and I'm like, I need a topic to write an informative essay about, and by informative, it's like a halfway between like a research essay and not a research essay, where it's like a topic you know stuff about, but you have to do a bit of research about. And write, an informative essay on that. Actually, I'm a bit struggling with in terms of the informative part, or more specifically, not having it be an actual argument, where it's like, I'm going to make this claim, and then I'm going to argue over the course of this essay, proving that this thing is true or that this thing is wrong. I haven't written too much stuff like that. I'm so used to writing essays that are about proving a point and justifying claims and all that. So just giving information, definitely something I'm finding to be harder, but hopefully, I'll be able to finish this up. I got until midnight tonight to finish this. Well, I also got I have to finish this essay, but then I got to do a small little quiz that as long as I start it before, let's say 10 o'clock, I'll be fine. Or 9:55, I'll be fine. But I want to finish the essay first because the essay is worth more of my grade. So that's that. Or I could get the essay done where I'm like, it's basically done. I could submit this, and then go do the quiz, and then come back to this. I basically got to finish both before midnight, but I got to start the quiz 2 hours before at an absolute latest time. Anywho, so guess I'll to do more rambling about this. So, because I guess also talking out loud helping me think and add to this. So this is like the sort of draft that I had started. I've got to change a decent bit of it, and there's sections in square brackets that I gotta change up, and a bunch of stuff like that. I also got some peer edit notes that I'd like to put into this. I also had to change some of the formatting of it to make it actually copy the MLA style formatting. I've also got I had to find. So when I was reading the books, I sort of took notes of mainly where I might want to get quotes from. In a few, well, in two places, mostly from this. So the two main books that I'm using as my sources are Cubed, The Puzzle of Us All, a book written by the creator of the Rubik's Cube, Erno Rubik, a Hungarian architect. Wow. Yeah, so actually it was an interesting read. So I have a few places to potentially take quotes from there. I didn't actually write the full quotes, and then I got to get page numbers, but I'll get to that. And then another book, Cracking the Cube, another interesting read. It was fascinating. It was about this guy, I forgot the name, but another guy talking about Rubik's Cube stuff. Mainly I wanted a source. I mainly wanted a source more so talking about Rubik's Cube tournaments. That was the... oh no. I'm just realizing that I don't remember what this meant. End of chapter 3 about entrances. I don't remember my own note. Oops. I do remember this. I do remember like the hotel thing. Felt like I might not necessarily use all of these quotes. In fact, I don't have room to. I only have room to use like, let's see, one, two, 3, 4, 5. Did I really have 5? Huh. Okay. Fair enough. 1, 2, 3. Fair enough. Okay. Actually, in my head, I'm like, this is a 5-paragraph essay. Well, I mean, it's 5 body paragraphs, but not 5 paragraphs total. One thing I have to really fiddle with the word limit, where the word limit is supposed to be 800 to 1,000 words, and I've gone over that, and I need to add more stuff to this. Now, I'm pretty sure that word limit does not include, like, works cited and, title and all that, but still, gotta get that word limit down if I'm going to be adding quotes and stuff. But yeah, I didn't even finish my sentence, what I said before. So Cracking the Cube, that was about this guy talking about his experience. Actually, it's interesting. It's like a journey of, a journey of two things. One, trying to meet the creator, kind of, and then also trying to, slowly like learning about like solving Rubik's Cube stuff, getting better at different parts of it, meeting different people, and like going to tournaments and all that, and trying to get a sub 20 time, which he did. I forgot the name of the guy, but it was interesting. One thing I also found really fascinating was when the guy who wrote this book talks about meeting the creator, or like just talking about the creator in general, Erno Rubik, and this book being written by Erno Rubik. It's interesting hearing like parallels and differences of both of them sort of talking about similar events. Like, I can't try to think of examples, but just like the way that like most people talk about the creator, and then like how the creator talks about himself being different and interesting is interesting. I didn't spell conclusion right here. Wait. Oh, why can't I? I've been reading too much. Wait. Why can I not? It was an S. Wait. No, I got spelled right. What's wrong in that? Oh, a C. Oh, S instead of C. I'm like, yes, like my brain's oozing out my ears. I can't spell simple words anymore. No. I had like an exam a few days ago from writing the word yellow so many times. It's like, this word looks so weird. It's lost all meaning. From different things. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, interesting things here. But yeah, so this essay is an informative essay writing about. I said like the history of Rubik's Cube. The actual like thesis of the essay might change a bit. Like, yeah, how do I take information about like what I'm a little bit struggling with? Not struggling. I'll be able to do this, but is having a thesis that isn't a point to prove, that isn't an argument, I guess, because that's like every essay I've ever written in like university and pretty much high school. Been like, write essay to prove this point as an argumentative thing. That's like all of the essay writing experience I have. Not really, but like pretty much. In like university, I would say, yeah, that's pretty accurate. So right now, okay. right now this is a bit of an argumentative thing where it's almost like I'm talking about, it's like an essay about why the Rubik's Cube is so popular, and then to do that, I talk about, first of all, as a beginner thing, like what is the Rubik's Cube, and I talk about the creator and his history with it. Well, actually, that's this paragraph that really has to be explained, or has to be lengthened a lot. I want to shorten this paragraph, or in this paragraph, I gotta really play around with the lengths of things. A lot of this was like temporary. As long as there are these square brackets, there are like parts of this that are not finished. Yeah. Talking about like the history of it, talking about like the tournament scape of it. I was talking about like, what else did I talk about? Like, oh yeah. So there's like the main way that people solve Rubik's Cube is like the 3x3, just solving it as fast as you can. But then there's, when I start talking about tournaments and stuff, talking about the other ways that people solve Rubik's Cubes, like blindfolded, with like one hand, with their feet, with like different sizes of Rubik's Cubes, different shapes of puzzles entirely, and that sort of stuff. But again, trying to make this be an informative thing that isn't an argumentative thing. So first of all, like, yeah, the Rubik's Cube, the world's most popular puzzle, as a title, yeah, that seems a bit argumentative, where it's like I'm arguing why it's the world's most popular puzzle, which is not what I should be doing, I guess. Although I don't know if I should maybe sort of worry about sort of rest down here and kind of come back to the top, perhaps. First thing actually I should do above all else is shorten. Before I add anything, I should be shortening. I want to get the essay back under 1,000 words and then keep it there. If I try to just like do all these changes, keep adding things, and then try to shorten later, I feel like I'm gonna have quite a tough time with that. I did on my a different essay in this class where I didn't end up making it under the word limit. I was a little bit over. I mean, in theory, it's better to be above the word limit than under, but that's still, you still, pretty sure I like lost marks for that. I have hair in my face. Pretty sure you still lose marks for not abiding by the rules. Okay, so yeah, I am going to do that. And then at some point I'm going to need to sort of dig through my books and actually, like, I have like the notes of like, I want to take this quote and then I want to talk about this thing. And I can still talk about different parts of the book even though I don't get quotes from them. But then also, a second thing I was going to say there and I forgot it. I don't know what I was going to say. Whatever. Anyways, so we're going to just worry first about shortening. So let's do that. I mean, okay, this paragraph was like a temporary thing to say this was going to be a paragraph talking about the creator, but I wanted to wait until I more so had a better quote to like pull from to really talk more about that. So that's going to be that's going to be lengthened. I have a whole paragraph talking about, wasn't this talking about, my notes here changed a bit. A paragraph about solving the cube, how it's actually solved. One thing I found was really fascinating with the second book here is just all the different, as I put here, like all these different like analogies that people use when it comes to solving the cube that most people wouldn't understand, and even like to an extent I don't understand all of them, but like it's neat. I don't know, as myself, as someone who solved Rubik's Cube, hearing these different analogies for different parts of the cube, and I'm like, I can see that. Like, actually, I had a good laugh about this yesterday, about how this, with the Rubik's Cube, you can't really see this. Okay, with this lighting, you kind of can. You see that shape with the way that the yellows are? How it kind of looks like a fish? I was aware about it looking like a fish, but I learned like a few days ago people calling it the Jesus fish, which I think is really funny. I don't know what that comes from. Oh, oops, hold on, let me just get that back. Wow. But no, I don't know. I thought that was funny. Well, I don't know where that comes from, but anyway, I get the fish part, but not the Jesus part. Anyways, yeah. So but I had an entire paragraph just talking about how one goes about solving the cube, that I don't entirely like. So either explaining the solving faster, or like I don't want to get caught up in like this isn't like a tutorial walkthrough-y thing. It's just an informative thing. So going about this big explanation about solving a Rubik's Cube just seems unnecessary and excessive. So I'd like to sort of turn that into something else. Or I can explain like the gist of how you solve it, but like way briefer, way in way less words, to then maybe make this paragraph about more than just solving. Yeah. Although, okay, I worry about, like, as I said, like, changing things, blah, blah, blah. If I don't have a proper thesis that, everything's supposed to kind of shape itself around. I mean, there's different parts of this that I could, like, split up. Like, I have an entire paragraph about the creator. Like, now that I've read the entire book about the creator, and I'm talking about the cube, it's interesting. I'm just going to keep saying more interesting things about the book. Just the way that the creator talks about... I don't know if this was like a personal choice for the book or whether he does this in his everyday life, but talking about the cube like his son, or like like, or at the very least, like, talking about the cube like it's a actual thing. I mean, it is a physical thing, but like, he talks about it. Why am I forgetting the words for this? Like it's an actual, like, living thing. And that's a fascinating thing. It's interesting. So that's stuff. Okay, so I gotta stop talking and get to actually writing things, because I gotta finish this thing very soon. So we're just going through my... I don't know how much of this I'm just going to change versus, like, rewriting entirely, but we'll just kind of see. So, looking at my intro thing, it could maybe be a bit longer, except for the 1,000-word limit. Would it be... I wonder... Actually, I just want to test something real quick. If I were to get rid of, let's say, this entire paragraph... Okay, word limit drops to that much. Interesting. Oh, well, okay, I deleted more than I meant to, but I wonder if... Because, I mean, one thing is that I need to lengthen this paragraph a ton. I wonder if I actually drop the number of paragraphs by one, if that would be... Because then, like, these other paragraphs are going to be longer by having quotes. And then once I actually put in quotes, I'm probably going to change some of the other wording around different parts to, like, make sense with the quote. Now that I've also had just to have more information about this stuff, more things I can ramble about. So if I maybe reduce the number of paragraphs, or... Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I do like my conclusion. I think my conclusion is pretty decent. Well, we'll see once I change other things. No wonder it's seen success across the globe. Again, though, well, again, the thing that I'm trying to avoid. Let me bring up my actual, like, assignment description thing with this essay, because that's just going to help me do this. So, having a thesis that isn't like, having a thesis that isn't argumentative. I'm having a hard time picturing how exactly I can do that. Thesis is more generally the main controlling idea of a piece of writing. It does not necessarily refer to an argument, which is limited to the persuasive genres. Other non-persuasive texts will also contain a thesis. For a descriptive or informative essay, the thesis will identify the subject and offer a forecast statement, a concise overview of the main subjects. That is, it will perform 2 of the 3 functions of the thesis that I identified for the first essay. Because it is not persuasive, however, it does not make a claim about your subject. It's weird to wrap my head around. Like, this is stuff I've read before. Like, I when I was making even the draft. Hey, just about to head to bed, but just want to stop and say hi, William. Hello. Welcome to the stream. This is not, a normal stream. This is me doing schoolwork because that's all I have time to do. But by tomorrow, I should be back to streaming more programming stuff and actually some game stuff for a brief thing. I have to make some adjustments to my dialogue system that I was working on. I don't know if you were there with that stream, but the dialogue system thing I was making a little bit ago. I have to adjust some stuff with that. I thought it was done, but it's not, so I'll have to do that. So you can look forward to that probably tomorrow. And then we'll be making some DS games, not in Unity, but in, like, C stuff, but like a game that could in theory run on a DS if I, did all that fancy emulator stuff. So that would be cool. But also, hello. Writing an essay about Rubik's Cubes. That's due tonight. It's due at midnight tonight, so I gotta get this done. And it needs quite a bit of work. I spent the last 2 days just reading some books about Rubik's Cube stuff, mainly 2. One that was written by the creator, about him talking about all this different stuff with the cube and all that. Very interesting read. And another one about this other guy who's talking about his sort of personal stuff about the cube, and then him almost going on this, it's like this journey of him trying to meet the creator and also get this like going to different tournaments and trying to get a sub 20 time with Rubik's cubes. And very, very interesting books. Maybe not so interesting if you don't have an interest in Rubik's cubes. But now, I mean, even I'm like yes, I'm writing an essay about Rubik's cubes. That's because I needed something to write an essay about them. Like, I need a topic. Oh, hey, there's a topic. I'm not like that much of a Rubik's cube fanatic, even though my desk might not look like that. But more so, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah. Outside of my stream stuff, I haven't really been solving Rubik's cubes that much. It's more, or as of late, and even like these, like I do not remember how to solve this for the most part. I don't think I've ever solved this on my own without specifically looking up how to do it. But it was a topic, and then these were interesting books. I talk about a lot more than just the cubes themselves, but yeah. Very interesting. Anyway, but yeah, now I'm trying to finish writing an essay about this. The weird thing that I'm struggling with a bit is the fact that this is an informative essay, not a argumentative or persuasive essay. And right now specifically, like one thing I'm trying to make the change of, I'm like, what I have right now, even in terms of like a title and my sort of thesis, feels too argumentative. So I'm trying to think of like, how might I change this to be less argumentative? How can I sort of have a thesis that isn't an argument? It's not that I'm coming up with an entirely new thesis. I more so need to tweak what I have, not starting from scratch. Like what I have, like I can work with, but more so just like this introduction, more sort of the thesis itself, I want to sort of change so I can figure out where I want to take other parts of this. I do want to talk a lot more about the creator. I think could I get 2 paragraphs out of that? I wonder. Like let's say 16 sentences, including quotes. I mean, I have a lot to talk about with the author. Maybe I just like write and then see what I get and then try to make a thesis out of that. That feels like a bad move though. Like, okay, so yeah. And then even in terms of like paragraph count, how many sentences is this paragraph as an example? Isn't there a way I can do like, if it's like this? Lines 15. This is not 15 lines. Wait, what? Or that's not. Oh, line. Wait, no, you're talking about lines, not sentences. Lines is. I'm assuming you're talking about lines. Characters. You don't tell me sentences? I guess it might be hard to measure, because not every like period is necessarily an end of a sentence. If you have like certain short forms like Mr. or whatever. Fair enough. I mean, I can count. I don't have to be lazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that's really 12? My paragraph should be 8 to, I think it's like, is it 7 to 8 or 8 to 9 sentences, something like that. I didn't realize it was actually 12. That's actually, not good. Oh, interesting. So I was going to be shortening this paragraph a lot. Maybe even like summing up a lot of what this paragraph is into a lot less. So maybe, I guess I underestimated or overestimated what 8 sentences is. So let me, I'm trying to find, I'm looking at my like assignment thing. I thought I remember somewhere about it specifically saying, good. Oh wait, hold on, let me. Un momento. Okay, over here. I'm trying to see. Like I have information that I think is true. I'm trying to confirm said information so that I know it's true and that I'm not just misremembering something. And right now, that is, what does this think that the ideal sentence length is? And I'm pretty sure it's 8 sentences, but I want to confirm that. If I just do a search for 8. No? Why do I remember seeing that somewhere? Excusez-moi. What? Excuse me? Okay, I know I've seen this somewhere. I'm not crazy. But maybe I am. Okay, whatever. Fine. But let's just say 8 sentences. This is ish. I mean, I don't want to be exact. But, so if we're going 8 sentences, that does mean I need these paragraphs to be a lot shorter. Oops. But that's almost unfortunate. That means I'm gonna have to, if I have, I might need more paragraphs to hit the word count, which means I'll need more quotes. Which actually means I might end up using all of these quotes, and maybe I'll have to find more. Which means I'll have to figure out how I'm going to actually incorporate them, how I want to incorporate them. This constellation example had to do with the 43 quintillion solves, and each move being 20 moves away from being solved, and that whole thing. This one talking about the tournament scape. This was about Rubik. No, this wasn't about tournament stuff. Sorry, this was Rubik traveling to America and it being such a very different environment for him because he'd lived in Hungary most of his life, and because he's from Hungary, and Hungary at that time was very closed off the rest of the world to a degree. Yeah. This analogy about the mystifyingness of the Rubik's Cube. And the strangers, this is the one I really wanted to use. What I found also interesting is that both this book and this book use this same analogy. Not analogy, this was a memory from Rubik about him talking about the first time that he saw Rubik's Cubes being used by random strangers in public. And like both of these talked about that, so that was kind of interesting. Hey, I like kebab. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm finishing writing an essay because I got schoolwork to do, and then we'll hopefully be getting back into more proper programming stuff. I haven't streamed in so long, and I'm like, even though I'm just doing schoolwork, I don't want to stream. Oh, okay. And yeah, I mean, this is relevant. This is an essay about Rubik's Cube, so let's, yeah. I spent the last 2 days basically just reading, do the Master Morphics. I should know what that is, but I don't. Is that just a really massive cube? It's like a 20 by 20 or something. I'm gonna Google this. What is the Master Morphics? Master Morphics. Is it? Oh, you're weird. Is this what you're talking about? The 5-sided one? Oh, or are you talking about this? Is this a Master Morphics? Yeah, I'm not doing that because I do not remember how to solve it, and we'll be here for ages. And I don't have all the time in the world. I got to finish this essay by midnight, so I do have to get going on that. But I will finish. I messed up. That has a different name. Fair enough. Okay, well, we're gonna solve this. Let's get a timer here. Blah. I do the 4x4 at one point when it first came out. It was called like Rubik's Revenge. That was a thing. Did you know also the 3x3 cube's original name was the Magic Cube? These are all the facts I've been memorizing over the last few days. I don't need a timer. I want a stopwatch. Okay. Okay. Ready? 3. Keep this random stuff on screen. All right. Ready? I haven't even looked at this. Wait, let's keep this in frame, shall we? Okay. Ready? 3. I'm not prepared, but let's go. 3, 2, 1. I've messed up. That's fine. That was awful. That was dreadful. Okay, where's the red? Where's the red, green, red? Oh, you're there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is... Okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's just so suboptimal and so much me flailing. Oh no, that was an error. That was a grave mistake. This is fine. The fish. The fish that I recently learned is called the Jesus fish. Okay, almost done. In a second. 3, 2, Bueno. Haha. That was like, what, 52 seconds? Yeah, bam. The lighting is not great because it's fine. Light looks fine in the distance. It doesn't look good up close, or for, I guess, properly identifying colors. But that's okay. Yeah, that was Rubik's Cube in 53 seconds. And meanwhile, I've just read this entire book with this guy trying to get a sub 20 time, and eventually he did it. I'm nowhere close. There's like so much I don't. Let me stop flashing my school website that I keep saying I shouldn't do, and then I keep doing. Yeah, I have a lot to memorize if I want to get to that point. Mainly, I got to finish memorizing the rest of the OLL and PLL cases, and then I got to get a lot better. Well, I just got to get better at everything. But planning the cross, I sometimes struggle at, and then F2L cases, I struggle to recognize. I struggle to find pieces sometimes. Where I'm like, I found this corner piece, I can't find this edge piece, or I found this edge piece, I can't find its corresponding corner. I struggle with that quite a bit, which I did very much in that solve. So. Yeah. But yeah, so that's that. I'm a lot better with the I have to memorize all the OL and PL algorithms and stuff, but like the yellow, the top layer, I'm a lot better with that than the intuition of the first two layers in the cross and all that. So yeah, I don't know if anything that I just said was just gibberish, but that was Rubik's Cube terms. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so that's that. All right, back to this now. Do I want to actually find these quotes first? Like, these quotes are placeholder. I'm like, I remember there was a quote about this somewhere in this portion of the book. I'm gonna have to actually find the quotes, but I'm now also realizing that I might need. So right now I need to drop the word count considerably. Actually, yeah, I need to drop the word count considerably. There's an entire paragraph where I'm like, I don't really, I mean, okay, there's a lot to be fixed and changed or whatever, but in listing said things, I need to shorten the word count considerably to under 1,000. And then I want to lengthen the intro a little bit, change the thesis a little bit, talk a lot more about the creator. I have basically almost kind of like a placeholder paragraph, this one. Let's give you a whole paragraph about the curator. I want to talk a lot more about him. This entire paragraph might be able to be rewritten to a degree, talking more about this book. Like, this was meant to be a research essay. I wrote the draft without having read any books. Just having these placeholders, like, this book will probably talk about this stuff. And then here's a quote that I will eventually have a quote to back that up. But now that I've actually read the books, definitely certain things I can change and ramble more about actual contents of the book. And then getting quotes and paraphrasing stuff and all that fun stuff. So to start, I'm looking at this and I'm like, what do I want to do first? So first thing, actually, I am gonna be indecisive. That's what I'm gonna do. So, and how much time do I got? I got 12 hours left to finish this. With 30% of my grade. Let's do it. I didn't mean to spend so long reading the books, but I did. I mean, I was tempted at first to like not really read the books, but just like skim the book enough to like find a good quote and then use that pretending like I'd read the book. But then I'm like, no, I'm going to do this properly. I'm going to actually read the book. And the only reason I'm doing this so last minute is because I had a big midterm that I was studying for. Otherwise, I would have been doing this less procrastinating. I mean, it's not like I'm starting this from scratch. Like, not like 12 hours to start this essay. It's like I've done my research stuff. I have a kind of a plan in my head, and I do have a draft that would get a very poor grade if I were to submit this in its current state. I mean, it's even got like all this placeholder stuff. It's properly formatted in terms of MLA formatting stuff. I got my works cited thing. So there's steps in the right direction. I'm just continuing to be indecisive about like what do I do first. I mean, the first thing I kind of want to do, two first things, is modify my thesis stuff, but also reduce the word count. And also reducing the word count might lead to, or another thing I might have is sort of smaller paragraphs, but more of them. So then I got to figure out what the more paragraphs are going to be about. I'm almost tempted to just like, rather than trying to modify what I have here, almost just rewrite sections. But because I might end up being faster overall to be more cohesive. So my initial plan, which is kind of here, right? Hold on, let me double check. So this, no, this isn't even, this isn't even accurate to what I have here anymore. But initially, yeah, I was going to talk about, this is more, my introduction about the creator, history of the cube, solving the cube, competitive nature, other ways to solve. I almost want to talk more about the creator now. Like, have the creator, stuff about the creator be spanning more than one paragraph. Which, yeah. I don't know if I want an entire paragraph to solving the cube unless it's a short paragraph. Wait, okay. Here's an idea. These quotes that I have a rough idea of what the things were. What was this one though? End of chapter 3 about entrances. I don't remember what my note was about that. I'll recognize it. I mean, I can go to the place in the book and then I'll find that. But about entrances. Entrances. Oh, right. Yeah. No, with the tournament stuff about people. Like certain people, like the top dogs coming into tournaments and making their entrances. That's what that was, and like the music. That's okay. That's what that was about. So this is purely about tournament stuff. This is purely about tournament stuff. So if I wanted to incorporate both of those quotes, I'd need to have 2 paragraphs where I talk about tournament stuff specifically. Where right now I only have one. The competitive nature is the tournament stuff. I think most of what I talk about is going to be this book. With this book kind of being like a supporting thing. Well, unless I'd have to find a good quote, and I don't have a lot of time to find it, but about analogies. There was a lot of Rubik's Cube analogies in this book. That maybe if I'm just getting a quote about that, I can fiddle that in somewhere. These doesn't mean I'm going to use all these quotes because this is 7, but I might. We'll see. Because one quote per body paragraph, and just seeing what that sort of becomes, which would mean I would need 7 body paragraphs to use all of these quotes, which I'm not having 7 because I physically can't have that many, because that would mean 9 paragraphs total, and I can't fit, like, unless each paragraph is really tiny, that doesn't work too well. So if I were to fiddle my sort of order about this, I need to fiddle with what my actual thesis is. I don't need a completely new thesis. I just need to like tweak it so it just is worded in a way that doesn't make it sound so much like an argument. Because this is an informative essay. It's not an argumentative essay. I'm not proving a point by like arguing like this is true because this. It's just generally informative, but it also needs a thesis. So how do I get a thesis that isn't argumentative? I struggle with that. Let me and I almost want this improved thesis first because it's going to guide a lot of how I tweak the essay. Except I don't know. Here's a better idea. Here's a better idea. Okay, actually, let me copy this. Let me structure these paragraphs around the quotes and then order them, and then maybe that'll turn into something. Because as I said, rather than an entire thing about the creator, I have more than one paragraph about the creator. So then, like, how do I delve that? It's not gonna be like part 1, part 2. It's like different points that can connect itself to the creator in some fashion. So I really like this quote about the creator talking about strangers playing with the cube in a park. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna number these. This is just my own random planning doodles. I could also try to maybe come up with like other quotes, but like these were when I was reading the book. These were the ones that like jumped out to me. Like I could imagine using these. Except I still have to actually get the quotes. I didn't write down the actual quotes themselves. Maybe I should have, but I'll be able to find them. I hope. Because either I need to paraphrase them or have the actual quote. I need a bit of a mix of both. Okay, so about this is going to use quote 1, history of the cube. So maybe actually instead of about the creator, maybe like I introduced the creator by being he's this Hungarian architect and like why he made the cube. So maybe I do split it to like part 1, like the history of the creator up to making the cube, and then stuff about the creator of like afterwards, like the expanding of the cube and it being sold internationally and stuff like that. So let's go. Yeah, so I guess all the names of these notes don't matter, but so what about traveling internet? I can imagine using quote 3 there. Him traveling to America. Solving the cube, if I don't know if I like this order of things, but because I start off in here, I start off by just saying like, okay, what is the Rubik's Cube? Let's pretend that you've never heard of what a Rubik's Cube is in your entire life. Let me explain what that is in a way that I do think I explained this a bit too thoroughly, so I'd like to reduce that. But yeah, so first I talk about what is the Rubik's Cube? Although could that be mixed with this? We're just talking about no, because I want more, talking about what the creator himself. If I mix that into what is a Rubik's Cube, then I won't get to talk about the creator as much there. What quote do I think could work best there? Definitely not these. Maybe the analogies one. Maybe let's put that at a solid maybe. Am I going to have an entire chapter on solving the Rubik's Cube? I think yes, if I make the chapter, or not chapter, make the paragraph short, on the shorter side. So, and if I do that, actually this maybe makes more sense to have the analogies quote, which then means that this one could have something like, oh, the hotel quote, yeah. Which one is it? This quote about the creator talking about solving Rubik's Cube almost being like, or mixing up the cube, being like, if you're at a hotel, the further you go from the hotel, as you go down twists and turns and all that, then slowly it becomes like harder to sort of be able to find your way back. So like with the Rubik's Cube, the further you scramble it, the harder it is to get back to a solved state until you're completely lost. And then, so that quote versus the quote about just in general talking about all the different analogies that people use when describing parts of Rubik's Cubes. Which would be better where? So I almost like the hotel one being first, I think. Talking about what is the Rubik's Cube, then you start to scramble it, blah, 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 hotel quote, blah, 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 blah. Solving the cube, they do this and they do this, and by the way, they have all these analogies. Yeah, that makes more sense there. The competitive nature. So that's just talking about tournaments. I mean, that makes sense to talk about. I mean, I could talk about the tournaments themselves and talk about the people in the tournaments. What was that? Was that 5? Something like that. Which should I talk about first? Probably the competitive nature. So other ways to solve. I don't think I'm gonna have. I mean, I don't have the space and to really have that be its own paragraph. Have I used every quote? No. I talk the constellation example. Oh, right. Other ways to solve. I talk about mathematician stuff. About like how there's some mathematicians that like just try to like just rather than hold on, being indecisive. Let's go instead of solve, enjoy. Mathematicians. Why can't I spell? Just go math. AI. There's like one thing getting like AI to like solve Rubik's Cube. Talk about that kind of stuff, and then I could talk about the. Then I can give that quote about the constellation thing. Okay, so if I use. Wait. Am I missing anything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I happen to use all of these quotes, that leads to this, and then that also leads to 9 paragraphs total. Which here, let's do this math. Using math when it comes to writing an essay. So pretending the final product is exactly 1,000 words. Like basically, how many words would I get per paragraph? So divide by 9. I'd get 11 words per paragraph. Or 1,000. When I'm like, wait, that's not right. No. So it was 1,100. Or wait, 1,000 divided by 9 being 111. That's what I meant. So 111 words per paragraph would be what that would mean. And that includes having that, like, even having a quote that takes up words, which would then mean that each paragraph being, let's say, 8 sentences divided by 8. That means 13 words per, no, that can't be right. 13 words per sentence? That's like, I expected that to be lower. I'm like, this is trivial. There's no way I can make that work. But like, or no. Never mind. I'm like, no, yeah, okay. Because then this is a sentence. No. I mean, that's close to the actual sentence length there. But no, I have a lot of pretty long sentences, which either it means I cut down on them a lot, or I just like, I can't have really long sentences, which seems like it'd be difficult to make that work. Especially because whatever quote I have, imagine that might be substantial. I'm not that I'm going to have like massive quotes, but I might need that to a degree. So that definitely seems out of the question, which means I need to cut back on one of these at least. Or like incorporate one thing into another thing, but then I only have one quote. I'm not going to have 2 quotes per paragraph. I don't have the room for that. So because one of my main sources is a biography written by the creator, I don't want to, like, I want to be able to talk about the creator a ton, which is basically those 2 paragraphs, so they kind of need to stay. Unless I, like, restructure some of this. And even the order of this could change. What is the Rubik's Cube? I feel like it's a necessary paragraph, because this is an essay that's assuming, it has to assume, like, very little knowledge. So I kind of have to give some explanation of what the Rubik's Cube is. Unless, I did say I needed to lengthen my intro. What if I didn't have this being a paragraph, but what if I sort of introduced what the Rubik's Cube was? What if I introduced what the Rubik's Cube was in the introduction itself, but then also when I'm talking about the creator physically making the cube, then I give more of that explanation there without it being like its own dedicated paragraph. That would give the prior explanation, and then even other bits of explanation of what a Rubik's Cube is might sort of come with, like, solving the cube, and in history of the cube, I can talk about, like, what it's made of, when it's the distribution of it, like, you know, the actual, like, the plastic and all that. Or, I mean, like, the first, like, prototype was made of wood, but yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? That makes sense, I think. Other ways to enjoy, also, like, I would like each paragraph to kind of lead from one to the next. These feel disjointed, unless this also talks about tournament stuff. Like, at tournaments, they, like, if instead of talking about the math stuff behind it, if I talk about, you know, people solve it with one hand and with their feet, that could lead into that. But I don't know, this almost feels disjointed from these other ones, unless I don't know, unless I were to, I don't know, do something. Like, how could I make that more tied in to any of these other things? Unless, like, maybe if I tied this in with solving the cube, maybe. I'm also thinking that now I probably will change the quote here to being the hotel one. I'm going to put 2 or 7. I'll figure that out when I write it. Other ways to enjoy. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to like I wanted to talk about that whole side of Rubik's Cube stuff. Well, mainly I wanted to mention the well, no, even that can be split into 2 things. When I'm talking about other ways to enjoy the cube, I'm either can talk about the whole mathematician stuff behind it, 43 quintillion combinations. Each combination is 20 from at most 20 from a solved point. Or the other side of, like, oh, you know, there's different ways that people solve the cube, like the different sizes and the different, you know, solving with their hands and stuff. Or, like, not so, you know what I mean, something with one hand, or like, what, juggling, or blindfolded, or different sizes of cubes. I feel like that's something to be mentioned. Although maybe that gets mentioned in the tournament part of it. Solve. So we go other ways to solve there, yeah. And then that means, but I like the constellation example. But I mean, it's fine if I don't The constellation example is actually quite similar to the hotel example. So, yeah. So I think I might more so do the... I like the hotel one more. Okay, so... Yeah. That makes sense then? So, introduction, about the creator. About the creator. Okay. Okay, here's another weird thing. So the actual solving of the cube, is this a weird place to put it? So either I treat this like a timeline, where it's like starting at the beginning, working to the present, kind of, which makes sense. Like they made the cube, more like distributed, then tournaments happened and stuff like that. So either I sandwich solving the cube in the middle, or because I talk about it like it's spreading around the world and all that, and then be like, oh, by the way, this is how they actually solved the thing, because that came after. Or I put it at the beginning to talk about like to start off, like solving the cube almost being a part of the what is the cube, and then I jump back in time. In fact, that literally is. I'm wrapping back around to how this is kind of currently structured, where, well, if I combined this paragraph with one of the other ones, is it this one? This one. So I can start at present day, talk about like mix this into what is the cube and how to solve it in a very brief way more brief than what I currently have. Yeah, I don't need to get that much into the nitty-gritty, more just the general idea of it. Because also, there are different ways that people go about solving the cube, but just as a general thing, like, the usual most common way. Also, let me just get this out of the way. That's my notification bot. Yeah. So, but then also, so the people in the tournaments, talking about the actual people, and this is where I can also talk about like world records. A lot of this is, it's funny that this is getting very similar to what I already have, which is kind of a good thing to a degree, I guess. But how do I blend this into the conclusion? Does my current conclusion kind of work with that? If the last paragraph ended, does this work? So, because right now I know that a lot of my paragraphs currently kind of lack conclusions. So, yeah. Rubik's Cube is such an amazingly complex yet beautifully simple puzzle. Though I'm rusty now. There was a recommendation here to talk about my personal connection to the subject that I chose, which is why I do this. Have been able to, that is accurate information. Although I didn't even earlier on the stream, I did just solve it in 51 seconds. So I say I'm rusty, but I mean I am more rusty than I used to be, I guess. Mainly, the main thing is that I used to know more OLL and PLL algorithms, and now I've forgotten most of them, so that's where my rustiness comes from. But, yeah. And then also, I guess, just being out of practice with, the cross and F2L. There's definitely, I need to know more F2L algorithms that I currently don't. That would be a big thing. There's definitely certain, scenarios when it comes to F2L that I don't have memorized. I was gonna try and build an example, but I'm never mind. There's certain uncommon ones, I guess. Anywho, so some of my later sentences in here, the sort of in between sentences of my conclusion, have to do with reiterating stuff from the body paragraph. So those will have to change. That makes sense. But I'm also looking at kind of the beginning and the end of it. Cube means so many things to so many different people. It's easy to pick up, hard to put down. It's no wonder it's seen such success across the globe. As long as this doesn't feel like an argument, this is the conclusion of my argument, then it might be fine. This is more just saying it's no one, or I feel like this is saying it as more of a factual thing than an argumentative thing. Like, as long as the argument isn't this is why it's seen success. I'm more so just saying, like, you know, when I talked about all these things, like, it's no wonder it was successful. It's like a matter of fact thing. Like, the fact is the cube is successful as a puzzle. Yeah. Okay. So I also then to more so drive that home, this title needs to change. This, like, the title on its own sounds like I'm going to argue why it's the world's most popular puzzle. That's more just a tagline. I need a tagline that's not an argument, or doesn't sound like an argument. So what could I have as a better? Actually, I almost think that the Enigma of the Rubik's Cube is a better title. But then I need to not have that be the first line of my intro, so that I need to have something, have that not be like that. Also, I'm just realizing this was supposed to be capitalized. Oops. Rubik's Cube as the word of the name of the puzzle, that is, that would be capitalized. So, study for the enigma of the Rubik's Cube is something that has been studied for the decades that it has been around. Most people picked up this mystifying cube at some point in their lives, so it dedicated a part of their lives to it. It has mystified even the creator itself. The Magic Cube, because the Magic Cube was its original name. Do I capitalize that? Because I'm just saying the magic. I think I would, actually, because the Magic Cube was its original name, so that's kind of what I'm referring to there without directly calling that out. I think I mentioned it later. But the Magic Cube has gone a long way from Hungary to the rest of the world, now being recognized as the world's most popular puzzle. Let's delve into the cube, and this I was very unsure of. Especially this, I would like to make it sound less formal. Less formal. Like, it should be let us blah 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 blah. I'm a blah 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 blah. Like less I's and us's and we's, more not that. Okay. So this is something to be sort of tweaked. But if I am to tweak this, am I okay with this new structure of how I'm going to tweak things? Which again is kind of funny how similar it is. So even because this did not match this, this did not match what we have right now. What we have right now, I think, was it's okay. Rubik's Cube was like the what it was going to be about. So introduction. Then I had what is the cube, about the creator. This is then solving. And then I think this was the competitive nature. And then other ways. So this is what this is currently looking like. And this is now what I want to sort of turn it into. I mean, it's similar. What is the cube and solving the cube? Those are similar. About the creator is in the same spot. Adding a thing about the history, and then I'm talking about the competitive nature and people in tournaments. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 5. Okay, 5. Wait, what? Why are these? Yeah, what is the cube and solving the cube? Then about the creator. Oh, because I dropped this one up there. I'm like, wait, something seems wrong here. But no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's in the same spot, and then yeah. But also, does the people in the tournaments, does that mix well into the end? As long as I conclude that paragraph right, it should be fine, hopefully. Yeah, okay, so now the math is going to look more like that it's 7 paragraphs. Oops, so 7 paragraphs that are each 142 words, meaning each... ish, I'm rounding. Let's say 8 sentences each, so 18 words to count for my rounding, let's say. Well, yeah. 17 to 18 words per paragraph. That seems more in the realm making sense. And that's also like, not each paragraph needs to be exactly 8 sentences. Some could be 9 or 7. Maybe. 7 seems like it might be too small. With the exception of maybe like the intro and the intro and the conclusion. Okay. So let's try to do that then, shall we? Question is how. Okay. So I did say I wanted to have a bit of what is the cube in the intro. Because I did say I wanted to lengthen the intro. I'm torn as to whether to try to rewrite some of this or to like rewrite it entirely. I don't want to necessarily start from scratch because then it feels like did some of this work for nothing. But I mean, it's not for nothing. I'm taking parts of these, but more so to like to make it flow better, rewriting the wording of it, but keeping the general ideas of some of it. I definitely need a better start. Like I obviously these can't be the same. They just currently are. But like this to reflect my thesis. So how do I turn this into a thesis that isn't so argumentative? Yeah. I think one thing I'm going to do while I'm going to quickly take a break to get some food. So I'm going to do that and then come back and hopefully we can then sort this out. The clock is ticking. I got to get going on this. But yeah, I'm going to go get food while I think. And then we will, hopefully try to finish this. It's going to take a while, but we'll get it done. Hopefully. All right. Be back momentarily. Blah. I'm back. Without a lab coat, though. Gotta have that on. Blah. 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 Good. We good? Yes. Things still working. Looks like it. So, well, I got food, but I'm like, do I want to eat on the stream? And yeah, I will. Because, yeah. There's like no one here anywhere, so. I gotta get this essay done. So let me just close some things down. All right. Yeah. Oh, I can close this and. I keep failing at the thing that I keep saying I should do and keep not doing. Let's close you, which is not getting in trouble with my school by having school stuff that I'm paying university tuition to be able to access on the stream where anyone can see it. Probably fine, but don't want to take my chances too much, you know? This is shawarma, by the way. Pretty good. I only tried shawarma for the first time, like, beginning of September this year. Yeah. Okay, so essay-wise, I did a little bit of finagling, but I don't like where that finagling led. Simply put, I was trying to do some stuff with rewriting the intro, but yeah, I was not liking where I was going. I did change the title, so yeah. But I sort of leaned away from having one, as I said before, I was trying to lean away from having it be too argumentative and instead having the essay be more informative as it's supposed to be. So rather than, what did I have? I had like the Rubik's Cube, the world's most popular puzzle, which sounds like leading into like an argument of why it's the world's most popular puzzle. Instead, I'm talking about the Rubik's Cube's global journey, I think, is better there. But then also just trying to modify some wording to get rid of it sounding like I'm trying to argue why it's the most popular puzzle or why it's popular at all. More so just saying, it's popular, here's why, but in a way that's worded better. I'm talking about the creator, and yeah. But then in the meat of the introduction, though, I was trying to incorporate some of that, what is the cube? I'm trying to find a good way of explaining it, like with as few words as possible. Like, I can explain the nitty-gritty all day. It's got like however many edge pieces and however many corner pieces, and cube made of cubes, here's all the different colors, and like, white's opposite from yellow. I can talk about all that like all day long. But to have it be as concise as possible, what's the most concise way I can just say, if you've never seen or touched a Rubik's Cube before, how do I tell you what a Rubik's Cube is in as few words as possible? Not as few. I mean, I can say, it's a cube. That's as few words as possible. Just one word. Cube. That's as few words as possible, but a little bit more than that. Like, I don't know to what extent. Like, it's not like I don't think I'd have to necessarily assume that like person reading this has never even seen or heard of a Rubik's Cube ever in their lives. Like, I don't have to assume it to that degree, but like kind of like the principle of the thing, of giving just an introduction. I mean, obviously, if I talk about high-level cubing stuff, like what OLL is, that kind of stuff I have to explain. That makes sense. But somewhere, I have to figure out how to explain what a Rubik's Cube is. And I wanted to incorporate that into my introduction and the first paragraph of how to solve the cube. So, yeah. I almost think it might be better, though, to revisit my introduction when I have more of the body paragraphs figured out. Because I always have the habit, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing to do, but my usual structure for my introduction is in an argumentative essay. So whatever the first sentence is, the hook, whatever. Then sentence that loosely relates to the first body paragraph. Sentence that loosely relates to the next body paragraph. And I just do that over and over, and then like thesis at the end. So it's like almost like the introduction's like a very mini summary of the essay itself. But I don't want to. I don't know if I should be straying away from that here. I mean, because well, one, I'm not gonna have a sentence for each of these individual things. I can combine them though. But then I also want to include like what the cube is a little bit. So having the hook, have the like the sentence that has to do with solving the cube can introduce what the cube is. Also, just not even saying like I can say the general stuff of what I want to say all day long, but then getting down to the nitty gritty of okay, exactly what words do I type here? How do I not repeat myself? You know, using thesaurus.com to some degree. How exactly do I want these different parts to flow together? Figuring out a lot of that. Some of which though, and then getting to the proper thesis thing where. I did do this, so let's delve into the cube and how it came to be known the world over. I think that's better, but I want to reword this to say not have let's in there. I want that to be more of a formal sentence. I just don't know how to get that to that point yet. So that's what I would like to do. But it's better in terms of being less like an argument, because I think this sounds less like I'm trying to prove something, and more so like I'm discussing a topic, which is what's happening. This is spicy. Didn't mean to get it was mild. I didn't think mild would be that spicy, but it is. And I only have water. I don't have milk or anything. Okay, so quite good. So how do I reword this? Just to not have let's, or just reword it in generally. I have all this butchered stuff of just mess around here. Where again, I don't know if it'd be better to worry more about the introduction, or worry more about the body paragraphs and sort of come back. But yeah. So, I think this mess is good enough for now. I think though that I mainly have the thesis stuff more figured out. I know that I'm not going to be radically changing it. So, yeah. Let's delve into the cube and how it became. How do I reword this to be more formal? If I made it a question of how did the cube come to be known the world over, that makes it more like a question, which is not what I want, because then that makes it more like an argumentative thesis of I'm arguing this point. Let's explore. Let's delve into. I mean, I don't think looking up a synonym for let's really helps here, because it's just that's not going to make it any less formal or any more formal or whatever. Lettuce. Now we. Something that does have us or we or I. None of that. Maybe something like the cube has come to be known the world over. That's better. I'm not sure if I'm happy with it. Also, see how many different synonyms I use for like Rubik's cube in this. But I don't want to use the word cube a million times in this. I mean, it's a little bit inedible, but like the Rubik's Cube, I call it the Magic Cube like once when I'm talking about its original name, or like its origins, because that was its original name. But then, yeah. Okay. That's good enough, though, I think, for me to move on. So, first thing I want to look at is the actual solving of the cube. It's hard to say, like, I don't know how much I've introduced the cube yet. I have to introduce it. If I introduce it enough here that I don't need to introduce it as much in the introduction, I can keep the introduction more like what it was. I just need to somewhere in the introduction in the first body paragraph, give an accurate thing of like what exactly is the Rubik's Cube. Maybe in the competitive nature, I can talk more about like the fancy schmancy algorithms, but yeah. Okay. So almost 2 o'clock. Don't have, I have time, but I don't have like a heap of time left. So what I'm tempted to do with these body paragraphs in terms of rewriting some of them. So first of all, this paragraph was originally the one that was about this was my what is the cube, and I explained it in like way too much detail. And then I have this paragraph about solving the cube, and I want to rearrange this so that the solving the cube is first. So that as I kind of did, I start in the present, go back to the past, and then kind of go along the timeline back to the present. Go back to the future. Ha ha ha. Okay. So I also use let's again, which I didn't want to do, but this is paragraph being, rather than let's look at what makes up a Rubik's Cube, this is how do I, like this is the how do you solve it, and incorporating into that more of the nitty gritty of what the cube is. Heyo, Lauren, hi. Hello. You can wave with emojis, I can wave in real life. With 2 hands. Hello. This is not a normal stream. This is just, I'm working on schoolwork and decided to stream it because I haven't streamed in a while. So, I'm waving in real life. Fair enough. Well, cool. How you been? Yes. I haven't really streamed properly in over a week now. Haven't seen you around. I wanted to be around. I just couldn't. Actually, I passed my 2-month streaming anniversary a few days ago, so that's cool. But no, I've been so busy with school stuff that I haven't been able to stream. I'm still not even streaming properly because I'm writing an essay. Yay, congrats. Thank you. Yeah. But I'm just writing an essay. Once this essay is done, then I can get back to more regularly scheduled programming. Programming, yeah? That works double. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, the Rubik's Cube's global journey. That's what this is. It's due at midnight tonight, and it's worth 30% of my grade. So, hoping to finish it. I spent the last 2 days reading books about Rubik's Cubes, which actually is more interesting than it sounds. I read a biography written by the guy who made the Rubik's Cube, Erno Rubik, and I read a book having to do with tournaments and stuff. Kind of. The main thing I was getting out of it was some quotes having to do with Rubik's Cube tournaments. But the one about with the biography by the guy who made it, that was quite interesting. And we had to go back through it to get the actual quotes. I wrote down some these approximate areas would make for good quotes, but then I had to find the actual quotes themselves, get page numbers, all that. But also, I hate writing essays. I'm like, yeah, this is cool Rubik's Cube stuff, but also essays suck, simply put. I look forward to the day, of all of the things with my school stuff, was the 2 things I look forward to the most with being done school is never writing an exam again and never writing an essay again. Okay, I'm about to do some written stuff in the real world, but that is so much different from university essays. Even in high school, did not essay written too much. Ethics exams now, those are the bane of my existence. Like, but yeah, so getting done this, and then, yeah, we'll be back to doing more proper things. Actually, the next thing I'll be doing is finishing up. I have to revisit my dialogue system thing I was doing before. I have to change some things up with it. And then I got to, then we'll be making a DS game. So that'll be cool. Yeah! The fact that you've said something in chat proves to me that this number is wrong. This number is wrong because I'm watching myself on my stream, and then if you're here, it means that this number should be 2. I gotta look into this. I swear that, yeah, this number is not as accurate as it should be. But that's fine. It's a rough estimate. I don't know. I don't really need a view counter thing. I was just like, what random things can I do to be like, to look slightly more professional or whatever? Ha ha ha. Yeah, it has a little delay. It has a delay, and this should be 2. That's why I don't use it. Fair enough. Well, I even got, I think this is where those numbers come from, this Twitch stats. Even this says 1. Doesn't matter too much. I mean, it gives me a good approximation of, like, am I talking to myself, or am I talking to at least one other person? That's the main thing I use that for. And then also, like, the times when it's gone, like, above 10, I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. Which happened a few weeks ago, which was, like, incredible. I'm always talking to myself, lol. Fair enough. I mean, I've been, for the most part, doing this essay thing. More so, it's thinking out loud is more of what it is, I guess. But it helps sometimes. But yeah, so trying to write this essay, and we've been doing, like, some planning stuff in Notepad stuff. I read those books and got ideas of how I'm going to incorporate some of that stuff into my essay. But there's a difference between saying my plans and then actually writing the nitty-gritty of what I end up writing for this. So, yeah, talking out loud, that's what it is. Exactly. So, yeah. So, yeah, I had this draft that I made a few weeks ago. So also, some of this I hadn't looked at in, like, a few weeks because I wrote this draft a few weeks ago and then haven't touched it until, like, now. Because I had a big midterm 2 days ago. Or today's Sunday. I had a big midterm on Friday. That's why this is being so procrastinated, because I was doing that. And then I was starting to work on this, but then I was reading those books that took a lot longer than I thought it would, but that's okay. Hopefully, as long as I get this done in the next few hours, then it's fine. It is worth 30% of my grade, though, in this class, so it's gotta be decently good. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now, so my plan for this and how I'm modifying my draft, I'm sort of shuffling around my body paragraphs, and I'm actually gonna have to rewrite some of them. So I have this, so my plan is basically, so the introduction, stuff about solving the cube, stuff about the creator, stuff about the history of the cube, and, like, it going from Hungary to, like, the rest of the world, what the books were about. So the 2 books were Cubed, The Puzzle of Us All. It's a bit of a biography written by the creator of the Rubik's Cube, and it's talking about him, which is pretty cool. He was a Hungarian architect who wasn't even, like, he didn't make the Rubik's Cube to be a puzzle initially. That was, like, an afterthought. And then also, when he first made it, it took him, and then he, like, scrambled it and quickly became like, oh no, I can't get back to where it was. It took him a month to solve it, so that was a thing. But then talking about, yeah, him making the cube, and then eventually, like, it being sold in Hungary, and then eventually it being sold outside of Hungary, like, internationally. They had to, like, change the name. Originally, it was called the Magic Cube. They changed it to the Rubik's Cube to, like, put the guy's name in it. Actually, like, Erno Rubik didn't come up with that idea. It was more of the trademarking people that are like, you kind of need a more unique name. Like, the Magic Cube is going to be hard to, like, have that not already exist. So then he, he's like, why don't you put your name in it? And then, like, sure. Okay, let me know the name of your teacher. I'll tell her that you actually read it. That's one thing that I want to do. Like, I did actually read. So, it's a funny thing. Originally, I wasn't going to. Actually, I wrote this draft having not read any of the books. I had to read 2. That's the one thing. I needed 2 sources. But originally I was going to not read the books and just, like, or skim them, find a quote, pretend I read it, and, like, put that quote there. But then I'm like, nah, I'll do this, like, legitimately. And then I actually did go, okay, I read them as audiobooks, or listened to them, I guess, but like, that counts. I read them, and took some notes of like, these would be some good places to grab some quotes and stuff, and I have general ideas of stuff in my head to talk about. But yeah, I wanted to almost purposely make it sound like I did read it. I want to make it purposely sound like I read it, I guess. Or both of them. So the one book, yeah, was talking about the creator and all that. Which is an interesting thing with the creator. So first of all, like, he's not very, even though, he made, like, he should be like this rich, super rich guy, is working, haha. Even though, like, he made the Rubik's Cube and it's, being sold everywhere, blah, blah, blah. He's like a very, like, humble guy, which is kind of cool. Like, he, doesn't really, flaunt it like, I made the Rubik's Cube, bow down to me. He's not like that at all. He's the complete opposite. But also, the thing, like, I don't know if he just did this for his book or, like, if he does this in real life, but he very often, like, talks about the cube like it's a living thing. Like, calling it like him, like, or like treating it like it's his child, like his actual child or something like that, even though he also does have actual kids. So that was a thing that happened a lot in the book. So yeah, and then also, so then there was this other book, Cracking the Cube. Yeah, interesting guy. But originally, so he was an architect and he made the cube. Actually, there's different sort of conflicting stuff about exactly why he made the cube, but it was more so him, like, being an architect, making things that interested him. He was fascinated by puzzles and stuff like that. But then he made, like, he was a teacher and was teaching, like, his students stuff about, like, geometry stuff, and he sort of set himself the task of trying to make this object like a solid object made of moving objects, where, like, every piece of this object could move. And eventually, that became the cube. The first thing was made out of wood. I don't even think it had colors on the different sides. Like, the first prototype was just, like, this thing that could turn on all its axes. So that's a thing. Oh, look what time it is. Yep, okay. Fair enough. I grabbed the cube. And I got my windowsill of cubes, and I'm writing an essay on the cube. Yeah. So it's interesting. The other book, Cracking the Cube, had to do with this guy whose name I don't remember. It was a lot of stuff about Rubik's Cubes and, like, basically this guy, like, his sort of journey when it comes to Rubik's Cube stuff, like him learning what a Rubik's Cube was, and then slowly, like, getting good at solving it, and, like, learning all these different nitty-gritty tricks having to do with solving it. And then being part of, like, tournaments, and then kind of having this sort of quest of trying to meet the creator, and then eventually he did. And then, him trying to get a sub-20 time, and his sort of journey with that, and all the other people that he met that also do Rubik's Cube stuff. Please tell me you are not solving it without even seeing it. No, I'm scrambling it. Imagine. No, I'm still just turning it randomly, completely randomly. OMG. Yeah, but the one guy, under a 20-second time. Very, very crazy. Here, let me do a thing real quick. Let me get up a timer here, but also I'm going to do this. If I turn the gain down, then you can actually see the colors of the cube. It ruins the brightness, but now you can actually see the colors as opposed to where it looks all white. And then timer. I guess we're going to do this now. I'm going to go the full mile. Oh, earlier in this same stream, someone had me resolve a cube, and I got a time of, I think it was more like 52 seconds. But, yeah, all right, ready? Oh, I'm not ready. So normally in Rubik's Cube solving competitions, they get to look at the cube without making any turns for 15 seconds, and then, like, plan their first few turns. I'm going to do it blind, basically. So 3, 2, not blind as it, I haven't looked at it first. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, this is a bad idea. All this scrambling of me. Oh no. Okay. All the scrambling of me just trying to find pieces. This is, like, my hardest thing with this is, like, I'm looking for a certain color and I just, like, can't find it. Okay. I got to do a cool thing right there that I haven't done in, like, a long time, so that's cool. Where's the last one? Oh, you're like that. You're the one I don't know. Okay. Oh no. The OLL I don't know. Oh, the fish. Okay, It's like the only OLL I still remember is like the fish. Hey, oh my god, hey! It was all faster than I was supposed to. That's like 1 in 70 something chance. Oh. I was about to invent a particle accelerator and give me powers because you were doing it without even looking. No, 46 seconds? Yeah, okay. That was luck. That was a little bit of luck. Specifically, I had a thing happen that had a 1 in, I think, 72 chance of happening. So that, or more specifically, I did a certain stage of solving it, and then it was just done. Like, I was caught off guard because it was done before it was supposed to be. I was supposed to do like 2 more steps before it was solved, but it was done early. So that was like that was cool. But yeah, 46 seconds. Woo. I maybe would have been faster if I did actually look at the cube beforehand, but also then I may not have had that luck thing happen. Well, I also there's one combination thing. See this thing here where it looks like a fish? It's called the Jesus fish. I discovered that name recently, and I discovered that because of the book, actually. This is one of the main algorithms that I remember for solving the top layer. To get something like this. Then, now it's all yellow, but the sides are still messed up. I gotta, at some point, go and remember all the other ones that I was starting to memorize at some point, but then didn't. Oh, wait. Want to see extreme nerdiness? Hold on 1 second. See this? I've had this since, like, elementary school, I think. Right? Grade, like, 7 or something? Bam. Bam. Nicely done. Thank you. Yeah, that's like, these are algorithms for different scenarios with the Rubik's Cube stuff. Can I find the fish one? I want to find the fish. There's like 57 of these, I think. I remember some of these, just not anywhere close. At one point, I was trying to memorize all these. Oh, then there's these as well for the last layer that have more explanations. Haha, need it? Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, if you Google OLL algorithms, orientation of last layer, and PLL algorithms. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so these exist. There's like 57 OLL algorithms and then like 20 PLL algorithms or something along those lines. So yeah, that's a thing. I need a haircut. I'm looking at myself in the webcam. Like, my hair is long. I don't usually have my hair this long. Where's the fish? I will find you. Where are you? You're around here somewhere. Found one fish. There's 2 fishes. There's 2 fish ones. Why is that a backwards fish? Backwards from how I recognize it. Where are you? Where are you? No, what? Why am I not finding it? There's a fish. There's another fish on here and I can't see it. Where are you? 1, 2. Found it. It's these 2. Okay. I didn't realize they were back to back. Fish. Wait, can I? These 2. Fish. Okay. I just thought that was funny. And then, yeah. That was actually the one that I just used to solve the cube. But then that wasn't supposed to completely solve it, but it happened to. So, yeah. This has to do with, like... Oh, let me put this upside down. I haven't looked at this in a really long time, but one day, I will maybe return to this. I don't have time for hobbies right now. I got so much work to do. All my school stuff that I can't do anything beyond that. Here, let me fix my webcam now. See, this makes it look, the lighting look fine for me, but then it's like other things are completely whited out. Find a nice in-between, something like that. Yeah. Pog indeed. That reminds me that I still have yet to set up my emotes, or my singular emote that I have. I will do that eventually, but I haven't yet. So, but I have ideas for it. Well, namely these 2 over here. One of these 2 might be my one emote, I think. Hey, thank you. My last bit. Thank you. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, you deserve it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. I I'm surprised with that fast solve. That was 46 seconds. That is like that might be close to my personal best. Back when I was in the olden days, when I did solving Rubik's Cube stuff more regularly, or more specifically when I actually had more of those OLL algorithms memorized, I was in the 40 to 50 second range. I don't remember what my fastest time was, but that 46 seconds was pretty close to it, I think. Is a lot, I know. No, I appreciate any financial donations, no matter how big or small. It's amazing that I've even gotten to this point. Like, as I say, the fact that this number is higher than a 0 is astonishing. But yeah, as I said, my one emote might be either this guy, Rotten Reginald, because I think he's funny, or the thing of me getting scared, or some other thing. I'll figure that out. I am more leaning towards the me being scared because it's more to do with me. I mean, okay, the Rotten Reginald guy, I made him. I think nice. I like the you emote. Haha. Yeah. I'd clean it up a bit. Like that one was like poorly photoshopped around the edges. I'd like, take it seriously and actually it's a meme thing, but I'd clean it up. But again, I think tomorrow I might actually do that because then I'll finally, once this essay is done, I have a little bit more free time, the tiniest bit. More specifically, because then I just have a bajillion things due for December 8th, so I have some free time, but then I got so much stuff to get done before then. I have 2 of me, fair enough. Well, I like, if I have my own emotes, I'd like them to be personal to the stream and not like completely random other things. Those, Oh, fair enough. Anxiety and Laura.exe, great. Love that. I got the thing of me being scared by my own code. That face came from, is probably, I think, my clip with the highest number of views right now. It's called Red Sus. It's from me getting jump scared by my own code. So, yeah. Mainly this, my AI for my tag thing, I was testing something completely different. I don't even remember what. I think something with like player movement or something. And then, or no, I think maybe something camera related. But then the AI guy, he wasn't supposed to be moving at all. He was like out of the equation. I was testing something completely different. And then he bolted right towards me and it really startled me, really caught me off guard. So that was fun. But yeah, so, yep. That wasn't the first time that happened, and it shall not be the last. Yeah, anywho, I'm also eating while I'm streaming because I can be. You finished Outlast? I did. Yep, and those VODs are up on my YouTube channel. I mean, they're on Twitch until they get automatically deleted because they don't get saved forever on Twitch. But on YouTube, I have a VODs channel, Cyberchroma VODs. Or VODs, something like that. Play Resident Evil 7. Maybe I shall someday. Biohazard. Man, I don't know at all. I'll be able to handle another horror game. See, the nice thing with Outlast is I knew a little bit of what to expect going into it because I was familiar with the game, even though I just had never played it properly myself, or like the whole way through. I have Outlast 2, and I might play that at some point. Yeah, we'll see. I definitely, unfortunately, I would love to be doing more like Let's Play stuff. I did really enjoy doing that. I just do not have time right now. I have so much stuff to do. Actually, here, let me see. So looking at my calendar in the distance, I have, here's how many things I have, excluding the essay that's due at midnight tonight, how many things do I have to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What's that one? Oh, 13 different little assignments. Well, no, some of them are big assignments for December 8th. And a few other things in the middle there. Kind of 14. It's a lot. So we're going to be doing that. OMG, busy man, haha. Yes, I know. And this is why 90% of my streams have been me doing programming schoolwork, because that's all I have time to do. I haven't done my own, personal project stream, personal project game stuff. I don't know if I ever really have on the live stream. I have this one game I was working on a little bit ago, an abstract adventure that I'd like to get back to work on that at some point, but it's been almost a year now since I worked on it. That's all right, haha. Fair enough. I don't mind doing I do enjoy the streams of, I enjoy streaming in general, and I've been doing some game development school stuff. I've enjoyed that. That's been, pretty close to like as if it's like a personal project thing. But it'd be nice to be able to get back to being able to do that, but we'll see. First step in doing that, though, is finishing this essay. I do actually have to, it's 2 o'clock, this thing's due in 10 hours. Okay, I do have to, get working on this. So, what was I doing specifically? I was, I fiddled with my introduction. This is it in pieces right now. But I have some... I had a draft that was more complete before in terms of the introduction. It just wasn't that good of an introduction. Or actually, the introduction was mostly... it's definitely in pieces. But I'll be putting it... Humpty Dumpty, like putting the pieces back together. But more specifically, I have a better thesis kind of a thing now, and a better title, better direction of the thing, and it being less formal for the introduction for the bits that I will be stitching back together. So now I'm moving on to the first introductory, or the first body paragraph, which just has to do with sort of introducing what the Rubik's Cube is. Why is my nose so itchy? I don't know why, but this has been a thing that's happened since I've been streaming. I don't it's like when I'm streaming, I often get an itchy nose, but this doesn't happen when I'm not streaming, and I don't know why. It's weird, but ha ha ha, indeed. It's not like I'm picking my nose either. It's like the bottom of my nose. Allergy? I'm not allergic to anything as far as I'm aware, but yeah, I mean, what would I be allergic? What would I be having an allergic reaction to that I wouldn't be encountering? Like, is there something like the talking for extended periods of time that's like, I don't know, doing something to my nose? That doesn't make sense in the slightest. But I don't know. Like all of yesterday, I was listening to an audiobook of the Rubik's Cube thing, and my nose was not itchy whatsoever. Your brain is melting? Yeah, that sounds about right. Whatever. Anyways, so coming out your nose, haha. Ugh. Yes, but no. Yeah. I immediately think of like the ancient Egypt stuff of how they did that, like when they mummified dead bodies. They put a thing up through the nose and chip into your skull. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, are you unaware of this? Yeah. That's creepy. Yeah. Not oozing, not like oozing liquid brain. More like chip brain pieces out your nose. Fun. And what's really funny about that is that so when they mummified people, they put all like the vital organs in jars. It's like, preserve the vital organs, but it's like the brain, that's not important. You don't need to keep that in one piece, which I think is funny because they also thought that like the soul was in your heart. So like, the heart's important to like have in a jar. But I love all Egypt ancient stuff too. So haha, fair enough. So. You can probably find like holes in the things I've said where it's like, technically that's not correct, but I don't know. Anywho, the only things I have in my brain right now are Rubik's Cube related. So they didn't have Rubik's Cubes in ancient Egypt, therefore I don't know anything about ancient Egypt. I'm kidding. no, lol. Yeah. Okay, so so what I was about to be doing was that, assuming, let's just pretend this introduction is better. I'm sort of wanting to meld this paragraph with this paragraph and have it be like a quarter of the size. Well, like an eight sentence paragraph about everything I have highlighted currently, kind of. More so the second half. So here we go. No, actually, wait. Oh. Would it be better to... Since I know now what quotes I'm going to be using specifically, or I've sort of decided that... I numbered these. These were potential quotes from the two books, and I sort of numbered which ones I think I want to have in what paragraphs. And I remember the gist of these quotes, but I'm almost deciding... is now maybe a good time to get the actual quotes themselves, maybe, because that's going to structure how I introduce it, how I talk about stuff after it, whether I have a direct quotation or if I paraphrase it. Yeah, it's probably better I do this like earlier rather than like, it's like 11 o'clock, gotta like quickly find these quotes. So this is, God, I gotta actually find it. Oh no. This doesn't have the chapters, does it? Oh no. Oh no. Do you? Whoa, what'd I click? I clicked something at the chat. Oh no. Wait, hold on. OBS, no. What did I do? What? Why did this get all weird? I want this to not be at the top. No. Could you, like... okay, it's fine. Apparently it's fine. No. Go over here. How about no? Whatever. Okay, it's fine. Actually, I'm going to close you and then reopen you. Okay. View. Chat. Be fixed? Yes. Okay, there we go. Okay. So when I was listening to this initially, I have to find one moment. No, did I close it? Oh, hold on. I gotta find my, the audiobook of the first one. The Cube, the Puzzle of Us All. Play. So, I had the audiobook. I wrote down approximately where the things were. Oh, you guys can't hear this. I'll unmute for the little bit that I went through. So it was in... So this first quote here, 2 or 7, I think I picked that. I'm going to pick 2. Chapter 30 quote about lost trying to find hotel, comparing that to solving the cube. Yes. Oh, no. I didn't write where in the chapter it was. I very much assumed that I'll be able to find it. Oops. So I only know, from the audiobook, but then like this I have the actual written, text of the book. But this doesn't have chapters, which makes this harder. And I don't have like a physical copy of the book because I didn't have time to do that. Yeah, why are you buffering? Could you maybe not do that?
Chapter 3. I was looking for strong contrasts.
Okay, let me see if I can quickly just find
an object
approximately where in chapter 3 this was.
Because
we're going to do this.
Preoccupied by the seemingly unimportant fact that it appeared to be absolutely impossible to give all 8 pieces free and independent movement while they were still connected. Mechanical relationship or correlation involves measure cubes, making corners all hold together until they're apart.
Something about a hotel.
When we are not organized, by challenging feels too anxious by a sense that whatever we are facing cannot be solved, we need only break the problem into parts, solve each of those parts systematically, and then put them back together.
Oh no. Oh no, this might take longer than I thought. Oh no, did I just dig myself a grave by not doing this beforehand? Oops. Hey! Oh my god! Hey! Oh! Thank you! Thank you, Lauren! Hey! Thank you, I really, really appreciate that. I wanted that badge. Well, there you've got it. Yeah, the Bits leader and founder, 1 month subscriber. Yeah, thank you. That makes you my 3rd unique subscriber. I had one person. Or no, that's wrong. I don't remember the exact number. The founder the founder badge, yay indeed. I don't remember the exact number of subscriber that you are, but something around the range of like 4 or 5, I want to say. I could look up the exact numbers in a moment, but I'm not going to do that right now. Lightning stripes, hey! Oh, a lot of return people coming by. GG indeed. I will replace that emote eventually. I did not make that. It was a default. It's, I guess, the default of when you first hit affiliate or something and you just have not set up your emotes. I will do that very soon, probably tomorrow. I got an essay to finish first. Except I kind of dug myself into a bit of a hole where I need to find... when I read this book, I jotted down approximate quotes, and now I have to actually go and find the quotes. So, how's finals going? Midterms, but good. So I had a big midterm on Friday that I spent a long time studying for, and that went really well. So that's good. But now I got an essay due at midnight tonight in 10 hours, and I got to finish that because that's worth 30% of my grade. And it was in a draft thing before, but now I've sort of taken apart a decent amount of it. So that's fun. It was a bit of a research thing where I had to have two sources. So I went and actually read two whole books about Rubik's Cubes, because that's what this essay is about. But when I read through the books, I got like the plans of what quotes I was going to use, and I just wrote stuff like this. And now I'm realizing that's biting me a little bit, because now I have to actually find the exact actual quote and page numbers. So that's going to take a while. So, oops. So now I got to go ahead and do that. When I read the book, it was through an audiobook. So I know this was in like as I wrote here. I'm looking for this one specifically right now. Yeah, I'm looking in chapter 3 somewhere. When the creator... Okay, so what these two books were. This one was a biography about the creator of the Rubik's Cube. Or an autobiography thing, I should say. Kind of. About the creator of the Rubik's Cube and his story with the whole thing. And this one had to do with some other guy. Just talking about like tournament stuff with Rubik's Cube stuff. Mainly I just wanted some quotes having to do with tournament things. But they were both interesting reads. So even if you don't care about Rubik's Cube stuff, there's a lot in here that isn't about Rubik's Cube. So despite what the names might suggest. So it is interesting. Like this guy goes on a bit of a journey trying to find and meet the creator. Also him trying to like improve his own time with the Rubik's Cube and like eventually compete in like a tournament where he has a time of under 20 seconds and stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting. But now I gotta actually find these quotes that I said I was gonna use. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, no.
If you examine your cube thoroughly and hold it against the light, you'll notice there are tiny gaps in the adjacent cubes. These tiny gaps show the two touching surfaces are not perfect. They can never be, and in that sense, gauge in we don't pay attention to how we walk, only where we go. Speed cube it field. But models made in the course of that kind of work. So
here, let me find the begin. Maybe it'd be easier to skim through the. Wait. Oh, I can search. I can search. I can control F. Can I search through the whole book? There was a quote about a hotel. I want to find that quote specifically. Yes. Okay, this makes this easier. Thank goodness for control F. Let me make this full. Okay, beautiful, perfect. Okay, these are in a similar place. Yeah, Jesus, nice. Jesus, take the wheel. More like, yeah, control F, take the wheel. Actually, funny you mentioned Jesus. Out of context, that's great. Oh no, I think I said this to you earlier, but it was like, yes, why? Yesterday I discovered that this position with a Rubik's Cube, with this fish, is called a Jesus fish, and actually I discovered that because of the other book and had a good laugh about that. Found that to be quite funny. What in the what? Okay, this. Oh yeah, the Jesus fish. I don't know why it's called that. Do you know why it's called that? I could probably Google it and figure it out in like 2 seconds, but I don't know why. I get the fish part because it looks like a fish. I don't know where the Jesus part comes from, but yeah, I like that. It's a term beyond Rubik's Cube stuff. You made me a deja vu. Fair enough. Okay, so okay, so actual, yeah, so finding this quote here. Getting lost in a foreign city. So in here somewhere. Because it looks like a cross. Does it? Like an actual... Oh, question mark? Oh, okay. Well, the actual... Okay, if I Google Jesus fish. Jesus fish. Looks like this. Lots of iterations of it having the word Jesus in it. I don't know why. I don't know why this is... why this is what this is. I mean, I can just quickly look. I can find it out on Google or something, or like on Wikipedia. Origin. The 2nd century? Okay. Use it to recognize churches? Oh, weird. Interesting. Oh, when they had to, like, hide it? Whoa. Weird. Cybercrowa's Sunday sermons. This is now a religious channel. Apparently, we got the Jesus fish in here. Whoa. It has more meaning than I thought. So it was a way to be like, this is the church, but like, stop procrastinating. Yeah, actually, okay. Actual, like, serious thing. Like, yeah, I really should not okay, but then, I mean, I'm already procrastinating with doing this on the last day. Didn't mean to spend an entire day reading those books, but that's just kind of what happened. That's like 90% of this channel. Yes, it is, and I don't apologize for that, except for that I gotta get this essay properly done. If any of you want to help with the essay, then feel free to do so. Maybe I make this like a Google Doc. No, I shouldn't actually do that. Oh, that's funny. I mean, maybe like the kind of final draft, I could be like, here, you guys can peer edit it if you want, but this is my work though, not your guys's. I wrote essays for other people. I'm good at writing, but bad at math. I hate writing essays with a burning passion. You have no idea. Like, oh, or like school essays. That's not like I hate. Well, I hate most forms of writing, I guess. But like school, like this kind of essay stuff, I do not like. Just write that I'm smiling. I am smiling behind the pain, or whatever. Yeah. In all honesty, this is worth 30% of my grade. So like when this gets more into a finished state, I would appreciate help from anyone who happens to still be here. But I go with uBlock to be able to retrace our steps easily. But then we go 1 or 2 blocks more. So this quote though, I don't want to have a big paragraph of a quote, but I do need familiar hotel appears to be on. Actually, let me look at the other part. I have a bug that maybe you can help me figure out after you get your work done. I will gladly do that. Let me look at the other hotel bit. Is it this one? Oh, this is I'm talking about the nightmare. Him having this recurring nightmare about, yeah, not be able to find his way back to a hotel and that being kind of like Rubik's Cube stuff. Probably been shared. Where is... okay, so not hotel, doesn't have to have the word hotel, but like, I can talk about it in a paraphrasing manner, but then the actual quote I grab. Maybe this. After college, I still have nightmares when waking up that I forget to turn in the assignment. Yes, I've been there. Or being like unprepared for a test or something. Yes. But I'm still living it, baby. I still got many years of school to go. So that's fun. I don't know what quote I want to necessarily use here. It's hard to like quantify all of this into a single sentence. Preferably because I don't want a quote that's like super massive. In more than 40 years that elapsed since a moment, the same experience has probably been shared by many people. Yeah, I want the it was like page. This was the other hotel part, I think. No, wait, hold on. Hotel. Yeah, it's this one. This page. I think no, it's 65. Okay, well, fine. But then it was like sometimes exhilarating, sometimes exasperating experience of getting lost in a foreign city. Might go a few vlogs. It's this analogy that I want to capture with a quote, but I don't want to quote the entire thing. But how about this? I'll take this quote and then I'll describe the hotel thing in a paraphrasing kind of way. So this that's not what I meant to copy. No, let me copy this. Can I not just copy it? I don't have to write it out. Like I can. I'd prefer if I didn't have to. Or I mean I can. Okay, fine. Does this have? No, this isn't even. That's not even. It didn't copy at all. Okay, fine then. It was like the sometimes exhilarating, sometimes exasperating experience of getting lost in a foreign city. Yeah, that works. Oh, let me get the page number. If I do not get the page number now, I will definitely regret that. Let me just go PG 65. In all honesty, if the page number was off by like 1 or 2, I doubt they would know, and thus it wouldn't really matter. In fact, for my other book, I don't even know if I'll be able to find the page number, so I might just make up page numbers, and then that's probably fine. As long as no TA of mine happens to watch this exact live stream. Lightning stripes, are you secretly the TA in my class? No. No. Okay, next quote was... I guess I might as well just get all of them right now. All the ones that I'm using. Wait, I'm not actually using all of them. I'm using 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So let me just kind of like... I'm not using that one. And I'm not using this one. Or that's not the plan right now anyway. Solving the cube. Quote 2, that was that, okay. Quote 1 was about the creator. So he talks about seeing strangers playing with the cube. Yes, the one with in the park. See, this is proof that I read these books. That I'm remembering things. This one. There was my cube. In fact, there were 2 cubes in the park and 2 very different people playing them. Oliver Twist, is that... Wait. Okay. Is this the name of someone that I should know? Like, I don't know what, I forget what this is. Cube. No. Okay, never mind. Okay. Anyway, so the second cube, she said, it's so astonishing cases of these completely opposite people in the very same expression. Yes, that's the quote I want. Speaking whale language, haha. Yes, indeed. Okay. Annoying that I have to type out the whole thing, but whatever, it's fine. Astounding to see on the... I'm sorry if this is a boring stream, by the way. I'm aware that this is not the most amazing content to be watching. I just decided... either I'm doing this essay, either I'm streaming doing this essay, or I'm not streaming at all. And I'm like, I haven't streamed in a week because of stuff like this. I'm like, I'm just going to stream because I can. So, yeah. Hopefully soon I'll get back into the more entertaining stuff. Hopefully my whale noises are enough to make things interesting. PG 1110. I'm learning about Rubik's history, haha, and having lunch. Fair enough. I mean, I'm eating food as well that you just reminded me existed. Hold on. Shawarma. Okay, so well, sounds are funny. Fair enough. That I am a comedic genius. Okay, so felt like a fairy tale. Thank you, past me, for actually having a part of the quote that I can Google. There's no way that there's more than one instance of the word fairy tale, except that's actually spell it right. Oh no. Yes. Good. I mean, okay. Just this as a quote doesn't feel that substantial, other than just proof that I read the book. Like, it felt like a miracle or maybe a fairy tale. Doesn't... Something around this. This has to do with when the creator went to America. I forget if it was the first time, but what... oh, yeah, no, my first visit to the United States, my first business trip ever. It felt like... yeah, him talking about how foreign it felt, how strange it was. This quote is going to be in what paragraph? The one talking about the history of the cube, and then talking more about the creator. Okay. As the cube took off, so did my opportunities for travel. That's a better quote, but then I can mention the fairy tale thing as a paraphrase thing afterwards or whatever. But the quote just being it felt like a fairy tale doesn't feel like a substantial quote for evidence or whatever. It's just a nice thing to mention or something. I don't know. Okay. So did my opportunities for travel. Okay. And this is on PG 98. Okay. Oh, well, I was about to be like, oh no, these quotes are too close together, but they're not that bad. I just didn't happen to get quotes from like near the later half of the book or like right from the beginning. That's okay, as long as it's not like, oh, these quotes are like 2 pages apart. I mean, finding out that this quote would have been from a lot later in the book. I just didn't happen to want to use it. Okay, one thing I've also just thought of, I was joking about that Google Docs idea at first, but I have an idea for like a compromise. That's not cheating. I wouldn't call this cheating, but it's close to it. As close as I can get without cheating. No. Not like, yeah. Okay. If I take all this, put this in a Google Doc, but then I go and... exposed on stream. It's fine if I delete the VOD. Ha ha ha. But no. But actual thing is that I could, I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting help on an essay, just not like having someone write it for me. How do anyone know how to do page numbers? But what I was meant to say is if I put in a commenter only link so people can leave comments, but not actually directly modifying the essay, then I can take those comments into consideration. But like that feels not cheaty. Okay, is that working? Yeah. Yes. So let's go share, and let me put this off screen before I flash anything I shouldn't in terms of like, because it's going to show the view link first probably. Oh, it needs a name. Hold on. No, excuse me. Hey. I'm just gonna call it SA2 for now. How do I get link? Oh, it is hidden at first. Oh, okay, now it's not. Good thing I put it off screen. Anyone with the link, viewer, commenter. Wow. I guess I'll just keep that off. Cheating. Dun. Yeah. No, I would think that this would be fine. Like, I mean, one, if it's not, they'll never know. But like in honesty, I don't think like there's a problem with it. I'm not doing this with the cold-hearted thing of like, I'm so sneaky and something. I don't know. It's probably fine. I mean, I don't know how many people are actually even going to. I guess I'll leave that link off to the side. So if any of you want to help me with my essay, I would genuinely appreciate it. Like, in all honesty, like, this is worth 30% of my grade, so yeah, any help I can get. I'm not great at writing things. I'm good at rambling, but this unfortunately isn't as much of a rambling essay because it's not an argumentative essay. I guess what would also be... I can't really show. So this is my school thing of what the actual requirements of the essay are. I guess that would be something to take into consideration, at least a tiny bit. I don't have a way of sharing this PDF other than it being on screen, I don't think. Right? Unless I copied... Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Whoops. There you go. Oh, that didn't keep any of the formatting. Hold on, I don't like that. Or let me see if let me try something real quick. Nope, that doesn't. That's better. Okay. I guess. Don't save. That's fine. It ruins the word count, but whatever. Okay, anyways, mainly I just wanted to, like, so if you guys want to look at what I have written so far while I find the rest of these quotes, that was the main thing of why I'm doing this right now. Okay, so I got these quotes, and I gotta make it more MLA formatted or whatever. I'll worry about that when I incorporate it in the essay. I'll read it. Thank you, Gus Lawrence. Sounds interesting. Thank you. I appreciate it. The intro is currently completely butchered. Actually, yeah, so there are parts of it, like it was a proper draft earlier. I've butchered a lot of it in the last few hours, so... Like, I swapped around some paragraphs. The intro is gone. There's some stuff in, like, square brackets that's meant to be temporary. Yes. So, here. For now, because I'm still looking at quotes, this was the proper order of it before. With the intro paragraph, this isn't even what the first sentence that was going to be. Start from, like, here. And piece together what the intro was going to be, and then the rest is probably fine as it is right now. Okay, I'm going to go find the rest of those quotes. So I got these ones. I don't think I'm going to use this one, so I'm not getting that quote. So I got to get 5 and 6. Now, the problem with this is that I don't actually have a written version of this book. This one, I only got the audiobook. So... part of my potential idea is to... Oh, let me...
This?
Yeah, part of my idea is to find the chapter, find the approximate area, gauge, like, it's probably this far in the book, and I might just make up page numbers for these. But I'll worry more about the actual things themselves. So, end of chapter 3 about entrances. So, this was... Or maybe I'll do more Googling and see if I can find an actual written version of the book that isn't like one that I don't have to pay like a lot for, and two that I can see online because, you know, obviously I don't have the time to get it to ship here. End of chapter 3. See, this I actually put like where it was. I remember that this one was like smack in like the middle. This analogy thing was more of a general thing, but yeah, I decided I'm not actually going to use that. Oh. No, give me a break. No. How about you don't? This was doing this before sometimes, and I don't know how to get it to like not... How to get it to like stop. Other than, let's try closing it and reopening it.
This is Audible.
Yes. Let's try this.
To the same puzzles.
There you go.
In Japan,
I know, sometimes it just gets hung up.
2x2 Rubik outcome. But in others, it would have drastically changed the resulting average. A rounding like in-person suite, a very unique race began. It involved 3 components: a red solo cup of beer, a Rubik's Cube, and a timer. The goal of the race was to finish the beer and solve Rubik's Cube in fewer than 20 seconds. The first 2 contestants were veterans of the cubing scene.
We're gonna go to this times 3 speed.
Orange beard, sharply trimmed, light look every bit like he wondered off the set of Seth Rogen play. Only his brain
Well, I'm just gonna let this play for a bit while I try to Google finding a written version of this book. So it was called Cracking the
question was which to do first, bring a beer or solve the cube. Both elected race tops, which they down with great cost. Then they set to work on the cubes. Whatever heading gets alcohol that readily pumping through their veins appeared not to slow them down.
I had like a
Slam
really
timers
longer
the result
name,
was
but...
impossible to call. The timers told the story. Lightman 21.78, Legolas 21.74 seconds. The crowd roared. Damn, shouted Chester Leon. That's good competition. The following day, I had a chance to see what real competition looked like. Out of 250 contestants, the field in the main event winnowed first to 100, then 32, then 16. The finalists hailed from half a dozen countries. The United States, with 10 contestants, was most widely represented. There were also 2 finalists each from Canada and South Korea. One finalist from China. They were all male. It's actually really fun, said Sarah Strong, a Canadian tuber. She said that because there were so few women present, they generally got more attention from the press. Strong, one of the few veteran female tubers, also said that since the community was so friendly, everything
was actually earlier in this chapter.
The world record for a single solo.
It's at like the beginning of the tournament. I'm looking for the one about like entrances and stuff about like music
There are only a
playing.
couple of people who actually had a chance of winning this competition. Kruger told me. He put air quotes around the word winning. To him, evidently, and to the other veterans, cubing wasn't just about cubing. It was about something else. In a sense, cubing competitions are like conventions. Since so much of cubing life takes place online, it's one of the few chances to meet people you've only ever seen on YouTube. One tuber last week seen gravitating toward Cameron Brown, skinny teenager from California. He has a swoop of sandy blonde hair, which immediately called him just a keeper. Only whereas pop stars average height. Brown was built like Gumby.
Okay, I guess I'm buying
his
this
limbs draped in the
book
sort of clothes
now.
that make teenagers everywhere look almost indistinguishable. Brown was something
I need to make sure this stays off screen. Wait, okay, hold on. If I have my banking details flash on this monitor, I will be in trouble. Read now, or my postal code. that's yeah, no, okay. Read now. Okay, I got it. Okay, I do have read. Okay, be careful, haha. Yeah, I mean, I could just delete the VOD. Like, of the people here right now, I don't think anyone's gonna like. Now I can. Now I have this guy's address. Yeah, I mean, okay, bank details, that would be more maybe worrisome or whatever. But like address, I'm not as concerned about because I'm gonna be moving in the near future. So well, I mean, yeah, but yeah, definitely not something I want to be in the VOD for the long haul. Yeah, nah, haha, exactly. Okay, got the book, the written book. So this one is oh well, okay, that one reset. Fine. So this is the really long book. Oh, blah. So the problem. Why does this not have chapters? I'd appreciate. Oh, it does. Hey. Okay, good. That makes this better. I can try to implement the same strategy. I think, does music get me anything that I want? Ooh, okay. Did I find it first try? Is this in chapter 3? It doesn't matter what chapter it was in, other than just finding the quote. Yeah, this was in. Yes. Okay. That's awesome. No, just that I found the quote like first try. Okay. Each of the finalists came out to entrance music. Some selected to play. Okay. So now of this, how do I get? What's the actual quote that I want to take out of this? This is the proximate area where I'm like something in here could make a good quote. One of the questions I forgot about the breakdancing thing. Yeah, I read this the entire book in like one sitting. So like, definitely a bit fuzzy on some parts, but I see some things. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, off they went. You hear the puzzles. Okay. I don't just want each of the finalists came out to entrance music. I don't know if I want that to be the quote on its own. And then this is like a list of examples. I don't want so long of a quote that it's just a list of examples, because that's not usually good to have here. Unless I did like the ellipse thing. If I went like, each of the finalists came out to entrance music ... One of the contestants dropped to the stage for a bit of impromptu breakdancing. Then use that quote to more talk about the showmanship of the tournaments. Yeah, that's the best I can come up with here, I guess. Again, it's weird that I can't copy the text directly for some reason. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe that's so that people can't take the get the book and then you copy the text and then now you can sell the book for free or make money off that or something. You'd have to type out the entire book. Or a proper hackery person could probably extract the text from this really easily, but or maybe I'm thinking too much into it, or maybe it actually is easy to copy parts of the book and I just am an idiot. That could be an option too. Finalists came out to entrance music. This is the end of the sentence, but it's also the start of an ellipse thing. So I don't remember how that's supposed to work other than... I'm just going to do this. Yeah. And then one... The contestants drop to the stage for a bit of impromptu break dancing. Sure, that works. PG 41. And then chapter 11, middle of equipment for tournament. Okay, so this is going to be... Let me find the approximate page number of chapter 11. 157. Okay, so... I don't have a good keyword for this, other than I remember... If I remember correctly, it was smack dab in the middle of chapter 11.
Lurdy Haas, the venue for the Hungarian National Championship, was located in the same district as the Pesti Vigadó, only farther south, a few hundred meters east of the Rakoczy Bridge. When I arrived there, Betty, after parting ways with Bernard, it was to find a pair of burly men putting together tables with the spinning image of Rubik's cubes. They had 6 sides, each covered with a range of vinyl matting, appropriately shaped to give the impression of an actual puzzle. Along with Perga and Plateau, they were accompanied by a rail-thin young man with a shock of raven hair, wearing an Avengers t-shirt. Ben Sabarat, a name I'd only ever before seen on the rankings of the World Cubes Association.
Okay.
Has participated in 3 world championships, winning 5 medals. Has the reputation of being a master of the big cubes, the 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7.
Somewhere around this area, I think.
World records for the 7x7. I fucking love Cordons, Perga said. He was crouching in front of me, affixing velvet ropes to stanchions.
Well, there goes my PG rating. It's fine. As long as it's not me saying.
And you also, perhaps most importantly, would like it. If you can't see your Rubik's Cube because
You know, I understand. Like, I know that doesn't really matter as much on Twitch. It matters a bit more on YouTube with like the monetization or whatever. I know on Twitch that doesn't matter. I personally, I guess, for my branding, I try not to say those such words, such foul language. No, that's. Is this Eminem? Lol. Yeah, sometimes 3 speed. I listened to the book originally on times 2 speed.
The two of them tossed the puzzle back and forth every couple of minutes, as if they were playing a game of hot potato, testing first the corners of the stage, then the middle of the room, until finally they decided the lighting was adequate. During break, Barack started timing himself. I figured that wasn't a bad idea. So
wait, no, I think I just missed the quote I was looking for.
You need timers, tables, judges, computers for entering the score.
Yeah, this is it.
Yep. He was
Oh, okay, there's
velvet ropes to stanchions. When he finished, he pretended to snap pictures. There are always parents who thought their kid was the best cuber in the world, he said, shaking his head. Nearby, a Rubik's Cube sailed through the air. There are a lot of things that go into setting up a home.
Sailed. Okay. I'm mainly looking for what's a distinct word that I can search to find the text. Sailed sounds unique enough. Sailing through the air. Booyah. All right. Wonder how many times the word Rubik comes up in this book. Actually, now that has my curiosity. Rubik. Yeah. Who would have guessed it would have been a lot? Yeah. Oh my god, that's funny. The F word is censored here, but it's not in the audiobook. I believe that's where it... I'm pretty sure that's where it said the F word there. Right? That's kind of funny. Anyway, that's not the part I'm quoting, thankfully. I mean, good. I don't think they would appreciate that too much. But no, this quote is mainly to talk about like the equipment and stuff that goes into the tournaments. A lot of things go into setting up a competition. You needed tables, timers, judges. This is a long quote that's just a list. I mean, I don't need the entire list. I can paraphrase as well. This might be a quote worth paraphrasing. Is there a way to have me not have to type out the whole thing? Well, here's what I'll do. I'm going to screenshot this instead. Put this in Paint. And then when I go to actually write that part, then I'll worry about it there. What of that I use and how much did I type out. I need to page number though. PG 184. Okay, cool. We got our quotes. That took a while. Actually, I think we did it. We got all those quotes in less than an hour. So, good. I mean, I'd like read the book before and had the ideas of the quotes, but then, you know, actually finding the text that I maybe should have jotted down to begin with, but whatever. It's fine. Oh, you're a blobfish. That's amazing. Is that you, Lauren? You're the blobfish? All right. Oh, is there already one comment thing? How do I see this? Does it show me where it is? Or is that an empty comment thing? What have I done? Haha. I'm assuming this was an accidentally like blank suggestion or something. I think I discard that. Is that? I don't want to do it. I think, yeah, fair enough. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this got really butchered. Definitely reading this looks unappealing. All right, let's continue with. Let's continue with the actual essay. I need to get to actually writing it. I'm like putting it off, but I can't put it off much longer. All right, after tonight, this will be done. Sorry, I have no idea what I did. Haha. Fair enough. As long as like this entire thing suddenly isn't blank, then it's fine. And even then, I have it copied over in the other Word document. So, I mean, you don't even have that power to do that. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, this looks worse than this in terms of like the formatting of it or whatever, like the fonts and all that. One thing I've actually seen as a legitimate, actually I'm not going to touch it down there, as a legitimate like strategy with this kind of stuff is to do a little bit of this. You make it temporarily, this is temporary, not me messing your essay, lol. You make it Comic Sans, and then as much as Comic Sans gets memed around of like, oh god, it's the worst font to ever exist ever, it is slightly more appealing to read than the other thing. And then I can change it back to Times New Roman at the end. We can try this anyway. It's something I remember reading somewhere. So we're going to do that. Okay, so now what am I actually doing here with this? So actually, I'm going to go back to what I did here, where I have like, whoa, this on, I guess we're doing this. No, this on this side of the screen. Come on. Well, there's that. I'm going to close you then. And then we're going to look back at my planning. So I kind of want to a degree, I need to sort of write the paragraph around the quote so it makes sense going into the quote and makes sense coming out of the quote. That makes sense. So let's actually... Okay, so solving... let's worry about this one paragraph at a time, because that makes sense. So, sooner than later, I want to get this into, like, where it's not all broken, and, like, even if the essay isn't great, it's at least, like, together, all in one piece. So that's sort of where I want to get towards first. I mean, it was that earlier, kind of. Actually, not really, because it didn't have the quotes properly in there, but that's... Yeah, something I'd like to do sooner than later. So if I do end up actually running out of time, then I at least have, like, you know, it works. It's not a broken mess. Another thing I have to keep in mind, I mentioned this, but this has to have a word length of being under 1,000 words. So I'm pretty sure Works Cited does not, count for that. So one thing that is of note, I mean, I added those things, but how can I see the word limit? Or how can I see the word? Is there somewhere in this that has, like, I know Word has it just at the bottom. Is there somewhere easily accessible in here that has, how many words is this? Really? No? Are you really tucked away in some menu somewhere? Okay, whatever. Well, this looks like a job for Googling. Word count. Where are you? Under Tools, Word count? That's where it is? Okay, sure. Why not? So 1,176. So including the fact that, like, this being all messed up, the one thing this has not good in it is that the word count's it's way too high. Which, I mean, that's better than it being too low, but that's still a problem. It would probably still lose marks. If it's like 1,001, that might be fine, but ideally it isn't. But I'm going to assume that excludes title, works cited, all that. Okay. Okay, so this was the end of my paragraph that I had before. What it will hopefully become the proper intro paragraph. Down here we have... Actually, I'm going to put this back on this side of the screen. With this. So I can see my kind of planning stuff. So now we have a paragraph about... Where was it? Where was it? Solving the cube. So the entire paragraph about the whole... Solving the cube and kind of what the cube even is. And in there I'm using this quote. So let's start by just sticking that in there. How do I lead into this quote? How do I lead out of it? What is the proper MLA formatting on this? MLA format quote. Like the page number is supposed to be in brackets, but like let me just see a more proper example. Oh, you don't put page number. Oh, right, because I'm getting quotes from multiple sources, so I have to... I actually got Rubik. That's funny. I find that funnier than I should have. No, like, okay. The fact that, because it was written by Erno Rubik, which makes me have to do this, and I don't know. Something amusing about that to me. And then the other one, I gotta get the author of that. Ian Scheffler. So then, like, these quotes, I guess I'll put these in here right now. It's gonna be this. Wait. Or what? Okay. That threw me off so much. The fact that this example had a 41 and this had a 41. Okay. I don't know why that made me just go, like, almost do like a double take. Okay, so this. I might as well put in these ones as well. And oh wait, this is the one I already did. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay. And then this one. Okay. All right. I did not spell demonstrate there. Not that matters in that sentence because it's sort of the planning, but it bothers me. Damn it. Demonstrate. Oh, did I, what? No. It has an I that shouldn't be there. Okay. Right? Yeah, the end part is not like trait. Okay, this. I can close some tabs here and there. All right, so this quote. But then it was like the sometimes exhilarating, sometimes exasperating experience of getting lost in a foreign city. So how do I introduce this quote? Pretending like I have the introductory of the paragraph. I want to almost, the first thing I want to do is just think of like the sentence before the quote and the sentence after the quote and then build the rest of the paragraph on that. So how do I introduce this quote? Then it's like the sometimes exhilarating, sometimes exaggerating. I don't know if I want to talk about, well, I can mention, okay, no, that's not something that's formulating in my head. So like because I'm going to talk about more about the creator specifically later, but beforehand, it's about solving the cube, talking about the first time that he scrambled it. So, and he described something like, you know, the first time I'm pretending there's a sentence already that says the creator or something with his name, and then the first time so he will be referring to the creator with that context. The first time he scrambled it, shortly, not in brackets, but comma, shortly after making it, having made it, he described the feeling as like the there we go. And then I want to bring in the hotel thing, like somehow. This is hard. I hate this so much. I can ramble all day long without actually having to write these things. It's tricky. You got this? I hope so. Ha ha ha. I hope so. Okay. So, the other thing to also keep in mind, I keep trying to like logic my way through some of this with like I was just thinking of like, okay, based on how I did the math, talking about math when I'm writing an essay, the math of if the word length has to be this long, and then like how I have this many paragraphs, how many approximate words is that per, how many like sentences is that per paragraph, and it's about 8, or was it 8? Or no, like I said, if I want, or 1,000 words, 7 paragraphs that are each 8 sentences long. How many words per sentence? And it was like 17. 17.75. Well, like that was rounding after whatever. But it's funny that I'm trying to math and like logic out an essay. But yeah, so this is only maybe about 8 sentences, ideally. Solving the cube. Right, so if I'm talking about... So this has to be really early into the paragraph, because I'm like, this is me sort of introducing the idea of like what it feels like for the cube to be scrambled. And then I talk about solving it, I guess. I guess this is where I'm going with this. Unless I want to talk about the analogy, but this would be a harder quote to find. I like this quote, and I don't have a better place to put it. And then the actual solving. So the paragraph in my notes here, I have it as solving the cube. My mistake before, I went into too much detail about the actual solving. They don't care about the actual solving process beyond like a very like, even if the actual solving is like maybe like 2 sentences. Well, something like that. This isn't a tutorial. This essay is not a tutorial on how to solve a Rubik's Cube. So I shouldn't have this paragraph be. It's a paragraph about solving, but the paragraph itself is not a tutorial, right? It's got the feeling as Okay, let me go. I'm gonna put square brackets behind like maybe like something about a hotel. Maybe I do it like this. I kind of rough out the ideas, like sentence about this, sentence about this. It seems like a weird way of doing it, but like I don't know. What if this actually helps me? Just to sort of get my thoughts together more on paper to some degree. To see like, I don't have these sentences written, but does this seem like this could flow together? Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Introduce like idea of scrambling. The first time the creator, I don't know, I flip-flopping my lingo of saying like the creator, Erno Rubik, just calling him Rubik. Something about hotel, or compare analogy to hotel. And then something about, so how many sentences? So 1, 2, 3. I'm 3 sentences in with this logic. That gives me 7 sentences to do the actual solving part. Unless, hold on. Another idea is that I could explain the solving and then use this as a bridge to talk about the creator. Because my next paragraph will be about the creator. This could almost be like a bridge in the... No. The quote should not be a bridging thing. It should be a supporting thing. So in this, I'm talking about the supporting thing of scrambling it. Okay. And again, like I can stray from this plan as much as I want, as long as it just makes a good paragraph. So there's that. There is that. So compare analogy to hotel. Struggling to do that. Like part of me wants to like actually write out what these proper sentences are. I'm struggling to come up with what they could be. So I need to have some sort of transition from the idea of talking about the feeling of it being scrambled to the actual how do we put it back together now? Okay, so let me skip this sentence. Somehow like somehow transition to solving. I don't know if this is working, this idea, but we'll see. So then something about like, so the actual solving process. So what, if I were to simplify it, I'd talk about like, you know, cross F2L OLL PLL. To simplify this into more human lingo. And also, I don't know how many sentences these will take. I kind of want, if I were to actually, split this up more. Let's say the cross and F2L as a sentence, and OLL and PLL, combining them into a sentence. So that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got 7, 8. Conclusion. Let's go. Conclusion that transitions to talking about creator. So I need some sentence in here, unless with that the cube is solved. Some sentence about I don't know if I like this. So something like this, like the blocked out version of this. Part of me almost wants to, I don't know, do I leave? So, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That fits the 8-7 sentence criteria. You know what? Here's an idea. Like, this gives me at least a rough idea of it. If I do this for the whole essay, then maybe I can, that'll give me a better idea of how the different parts will connect, because then if I do some of this to the later body paragraphs, then I might decide to switch things around. Like, no, I want to talk about this part here and, you know, shuffle things around. So maybe I do that. And also, these sentences, I can definitely try to, like, take some bits out of these paragraphs. So, like, literally, there's this part here where I talk about OLL and PLL. I could literally take that sentence and just condense it to some degree. So let me just swap this out. So these two paragraphs. So also, okay, another thing is just that this doesn't do the what is the cube that I almost would have liked it to do. So unless I incorporate that more into this sentence, that, like, you know, what is a Rubik's Cube? Let's say you've never heard of a Rubik's Cube before. What is it in, like, the most basic way of describing it possible? But part of me also wants to do that in the introduction itself. So, yeah. So that's an example of something to maybe come back to. So maybe don't finalize this yet until I decide exactly how I'm introducing the cube in the intro or whatever. So let's look at So yeah. Hi, Maj. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I am writing an essay. That is due in 6 hours. Not 6. Due in 9 hours. So, sounds better on the intro prob, the introducing the cube. I agree, but I just have to figure out a good way of doing it. Yeah, so I'm writing an essay on stream, Maj, tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get back to actual, like, programming stuff. Yes, true. Yeah. Thinking about learning Robloxua? Is that in the future? Is that what that is? Roblox is a scripting language? Is that what that's called? I don't think so, unfortunately. Yeah, you asked me about that in the Discord thing. I don't think I'd be interested in that. I'm not that interested in Roblox in general. Like, I don't know. Maybe my tune could change at any point, but I don't know. I can't imagine that being something I get into anytime soon, unfortunately. I've been saying for years that I want to try out the Unreal Engine at some point, and I have yet to do that. And that would definitely be higher on my priority list of other game engine things to try. And even right now, I'm just way too busy with school to, like, even do Unity stuff for the most part. Or even any of my own personal projects. But we'll see. You can make profit in Roblox games? Interesting. I'm very... What words am I looking for? I don't know about that whole realm of that. I haven't looked at anything Roblox related in years. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe I could be wrong, and maybe at some point I could experiment with such things, but we'll see. But definitely too busy for that as of right now. Yeah, but for now I got an essay to write. It's the main thing taking up my time. essay about Erno Rubik. Well, not only about Erno Rubik, but a decent amount about Erno Rubik, the Hungarian architect that made the Rubik's Cube a thing. Okay, so I'm deciding on what specifically I want to do next with this. This is all very disjointed. I had like a draft and now I'm writing new stuff and it's this big mix of things. Also got quotes from a book, from 2 books actually. 2 separate books about Rubik's Cubes that I had to read. I didn't have to. I chose the topic, but you know. I also got yeah. Okay. And yes, this is Comic Sans for right now. That's just how it is. Okay, so just deciding how I want to do this. I don't know if this was a good way of doing this, but I do need to condense it to 8 sentences. Heh, he said sans. Did I? I guess I did. I have yet to play Undertale. I maybe will someday. Oh, I could definitely imagine myself doing that at some point. But again, I don't even know the next time I'll do any sort of Let's Play thing on stream because I just don't have time to. And funny enough, Maj, the next one I probably do will probably be finishing off that Speed Racer game that you got me to try out because I don't want to leave it unfinished. But even that, I don't know when I even have time to do that. Yes, indeed. Oh, actually, you might also like this. I've been thinking about something, and I might actually try, I might actually work on that anti-grav racing game again in the near future. I hope. Yes, so that's something. It won't be necessarily in the style of making that Speed Racer game, but just taking that Unity thing that we made and me continuing that to some degree. I might actually be doing that for a school thing soon. Actually, I'll be doing that instead of Tag Game Mark II, I think. Because I'm running low on time and trying to make Tag Game Demo 2, or Ultra Tag, the second demo. I think that'll take too much time for how little time I have to finish that project. So instead of doing that, I might try to make the anti-gravity racing thing into a game of some kind. I do think that will be faster than finagling all that, my broken AI stuff. So yeah, that's something with future plans. Okay, what am I doing? I'm just I keep doing this thing where I'll ramble, and while I'm rambling, I just scroll up and down pointlessly. So yeah, let's get back to actually writing, because I am running low on time with this, which is unfortunate. I also got a little quiz to do later today that I have to finish this to do that. It's in the same class. The usual, lol. Yeah. The quiz will be easy and trivial, and it's only worth 2.5%. So yeah, but ideally, and I got 2 hours to write it, and I probably won't need that whole 2 hours. I'm not going to stream the writing of that quiz because I'm definitely not allowed to do that. But ideally, I finish this essay, or even if I get this essay is pretty good, it's like submittable, and then I go off and write the quiz, and then come back and finish the essay. These are both due at midnight, so. But this is the higher priority thing. I mean, yes, I could submit this a day late, but I really don't want to. I got so much other stuff to do that I don't have time to submit this late. I mean, we'll see what happens, but ideally that does not happen. Okay, so let's make that not happen by me actually continuing to write things. Okay. Okay. So these 2 paragraphs are what's going to be turned into the proper this paragraph. Maybe should I color code these? I'm gonna color code these. Red is old stuff. What am I doing? Oh, this is funny. This is what is more proper of what the that paragraph is. Yeah. Okay. So that's that. We're gonna do this. I do like my conclusion a decent amount, so we're gonna leave that as that. And we're gonna make all this red. So the red is unfinished old planning stuff. And I guess that's how we're doing this now. So the paragraph about the creator, in my plans, it's just about the creator. Specifically, I want to talk about, I'm splitting talking about the creator into 2 paragraphs. One about like how I'm sort of splitting it up in my head is from like talking about who Erno Rubik is as a guy up until when he made the cube, or like, right after he made the cube, or maybe like, immediately it getting popular. And then second half of the selling of the cube around the world, and somehow have that lead into the tournament paragraph. That's the idea. So, and even actually I think this is a good opening sentence. This is a good opening thing for the competitive nature paragraph. So as I did before, the first thing I'm going to do is the quote that I decided I want to use in this paragraph, this one. Let's do what I did before, where I go, bam, there's the quote, and then figure out, I didn't spell that right. And then figure out how do I want to, or like, what do I have before this paragraph or this quote? How do I like introduce it? And then how do I like, what do I have after it? Sort of write the paragraph around the quote to some degree. Seems like it would help. But I can definitely copy some stuff from here. The name actually comes. That's not a good introductory sentence thing, or it could be maybe if it was reworded. But Rubik created what he called the magic cube as a way of studying geometry and simply creating a puzzle, or simply creating a cube made only of moving parts. Quote. Astounding to see the faces. That's not even how I'm using the quote in this context now. This here, I actually probably will use this. I'm gonna unread this. Put this quote not here, but some additional thing to introduce it, where I could go like, because this quote is about the creator being surprised, about him seeing the toy in public, like seeing strangers playing the Rubik's Cube, and how he found it very interesting how like these 2 people in a park sitting at like a bench, sitting at benches, and they're both having they're both like completely different looking people, and they are both playing with the cube. I think like one was some like I forget the, like one was like a kid and one was like an old woman or something, or like a mother or something. But just 2 very different people, both having the same like playing with the cube, and he found that cool. Yeah, so that was the quote that I wanted to use there. So, how do I properly introduce this? So 1974. What? Wait, no. What? I thought it was 1977. Oh no, it took him 3 years to make the patent. That was it. He made his first working thing of the Rubik's Cube, the Magic Cube, in 1974. It took him 3 years to register a patent, so it was 1977 when it properly came out as a puzzle toy thing. Yeah, so the name actually that's definitely not, like, I don't know how this other paragraph is ending yet, but in fact, the way that I've introduced this now, I have this sentence as to say, like, the Rubik's Cube, it comes from the guy's name. But at this point, like the way I've sort of reworded things, I will have probably mentioned the guy's name before this point. So this sentence doesn't hold the same weight, I guess. So how do I introduce talking about the creator? So, I didn't even say that he's a teacher. He's a teacher during this time as well, and I don't mention that here yet. How do I introduce? I guess we're going square bracket ways of doing this until I come up with things later. I don't know if this is gonna work, but introduce creator. Probably just one sentence that like introduces the fact that like this is the guy. Like it's a more introductory thing. Say that he was an architect Yeah, and teacher say why and when he made the cube, which is basically what I'm doing, but I'm just kind of, I don't know why I'm structuring it like this. I guess I just am. How do I set up quote? How do I set up the quote? Well, I would have like, let me just also see how many sentences this leaves for me. If I did this quote, I had to introduce quote like with park and people playing with cube. Then have the quote, and then something like, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences. I get 6, 7, 8. I get 3 sentences now. Where in this is a conclusion. Conclusion that sets up like the internationalism of the cube. So I guess that's what I lead into. Internationalism of cube. Because then that's the next paragraph. Oh gosh, I feel like I had plans of things I was gonna say, and then now they're all gone from my mind. The analogies. I didn't even talk about the analogies. This was something I liked. That was a thing where gosh. Yeah, I forgot about that. I wanted to say something about just like, or when I'm talking about the solving, just how professional people who solve the cube just come up with like all these different analogies and stuff to describe different parts of the cube. Which maybe I replaced that. Maybe that's more important than talking about cross F2L, OL, PLL. Or do I save that more for the tournament scene? I guess this is why I plan this stuff with the square brackets of planning, like what parts do I talk about where, maybe. I don't know. I'm definitely struggling with this. But I'll only be struggling for another 6 hours. I don't know if this square bracket way of writing this is a good idea whatsoever. It might be a very, very much a mistake. I'm trying to plan like what I'm gonna talk about, even if it's a bit more rough. I don't know. Can I come up with an actual sentence for this? That's not this. It's hard. It's a little bit hard to do this when I don't know how the previous paragraph ends. It's supposed to be a little bit transition-y, but I don't actually know how the previous paragraph has ended because I haven't written that yet. So which is why the planning makes more sense, kind of. So how do I talk about the quote after the fact? What more do I say in regards to the guy and the quote? I feel like there's more things I could say. I'm just kind of forgetting. What else do I remember from this book? I read it. I read it all yesterday and the day before a bit. The quote with people playing with cube. Maybe like this might be easier to think of this stuff when I actually write the paragraph more properly. How would I move on just a little bit, just to sort of kind of do the same thing with the rest of the paragraphs. Just also kind of get the quotes in there. History of the cube. Okay. So next, which I guess means also I'm going to... yeah. Oh, no, you're not. Let's get rid of the red on you. And there. And there. Okay. As the cube took off, so did my opportunities for travels. Okay, so this paragraph I'm not entirely... what all can I talk about here? Let's do my 8 thing. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. Okay. Soon started. Okay, the toy quickly picked up traction after a name change to include the creator's last name. This feels like it could be a bit more, rather than this off to the side thing. I can actually talk about, like, in order to release it, like, they changed the like, it was called the Magic Cube at first. In order to release it, they changed the name of it to, like, to have the creator's last name in it to make it more likely to be a unique name. See, like, I read the book. I remember things about the book. It's just translating my words into written, my vocal words into written words, where I don't have a lot of words to work with. It's hard. But I did read the book. And I didn't the 2 books, because again, I read 2 books on this. In addition to prior background knowledge. But it's like with every second, like, more information about it is just fleeing from my mind. Yeah, so... H2O and all that. Okay, so let me more specifically for this just think of the how do I introduce the quote? Because it's like the whole paragraph has to kind of mesh around the quote. So what sentence would I have before the quote and what would I have after the quote? As the cube took off, so did my opportunities for travel. I was about to say the guy. Talking about the creator. Alright. Well, is that right to say, like, to be able to leave Hungary for the first time in his life? Like this almost implies, like, had it not been for the Rubik's Cube, he never would have left Hungary, which I don't know if that's really accurate to say. A little bit. Imagine. Imagine, like, I typed that and didn't realize it and forgot about it. Like, let the guy. Yeah. Hungary. And travel to the... That would be so funny. Yeah. The U.S. As the cube... Led to creator. I mean, I almost had a typo there, but led to Rubik. It feels almost weird calling him Rubik because that's also the name of the cube. But yeah, led to being able to leave Hungary and travel to the U.S. for business trips or business trips. That's a bit of paraphrasing, but as the cube took off, started my opportunities for travel. That doesn't feel like it leads into it as much as I would like it to. But maybe it's, like, good enough for now. That's the thing I need to, like, remember. For now, I need to get it to be, like, good enough for now. I can improve the wording later. Let's just get this essay so that it's in, like, a kind of more complete state than it is right now. And again, like, it was in a draft before, then I just broke it all. Broke it all apart. And going back from the ground up, kind of, sort of. Not really, but yeah. So as the cube took off, so my opportunities for travel. He described being in America. So I also then get the not repeating myself of calling U.S. in one place and America in the other. America felt like a fairy tale. That's kind of a quote. That's fine. I mean, that could be paraphrasing. If anything, that could be the quote. He described being in America as, quote, but I don't want the quote to be that short. I don't know. I like the quote itself to be a bit more substantial, maybe? I mean, actually, and led to being able to leave Hungary and travel to the U.S. And as the cube took off, so did my opportunities. No, that doesn't. In my head, I was like, yeah, that maybe meshes well, but no, that doesn't. Like the grammar of that is very off. He says that as the that's better, I guess. He described sure. He described being in America felt like as being like a fairy tale. That makes it less like the actual quote from the book, I guess. Whoa, hold on. Well, to go, hold on. Beyond the Iron Curtain. That's what Hungary was described as in terms of people being there and not being able to leave. That makes that better. I don't know if Iron Curtain is supposed to be capitalized in that case. Is it? Let me Google. Hungary Iron Curtain. Is it 1956? And it fell in 1989. Okay. Yes. Trying to see. Okay. He's described being in America as being like a fairy tale. What else do I do here? I think in this paragraph, I also wanted to talk about, well, I don't want to be like bringing up like two separate things in one paragraph, but the actual changing of the name, because it was when it became international that it changed from, because in Hungary it was just called the Magic Cube. When it became international, it rebranded, so to speak, as the Rubik's Cube. Or it's like Rubik's, or like apostrophe S cube, because it's his cube, I guess. Like, yeah, it's that. Yeah. The grammar of the name matters. But how do I transition into this? Maybe, so I either I have the name first in this second. Because, I mean, actually, if I were to talk chronologically, the branding happened first. It became popular outside of Hungary. Then he got to travel to America. So that's more of the order of events. So if I want to stick to that a little bit. So talk about name change. Up here, I could maybe have something... Maybe mention 3-year patent time. Because that was something. And there's just more facts that make it look like I read the book. I mean, you can find out this information beyond just the book, but it's more facts, I guess. So that means that this sentence could almost be like this. And don't have that be as a brushed off to the side thing. Instead, have it be more, part of, I mentioned it more earlier. The toy, another thing that did, I guess, am I going to talk about how it died for a little bit? Because that did happen. Like, I'm not trying to mention, like, I don't have the room to mention every little thing about the history of the cube. But there was a brief time where it kind of, like, it got really popular. They couldn't meet demand. A lot of counterfeit cubes were being made. So then eventually, Rubik's brand, Rubik's Cube, kind of died off a little bit. And then eventually it kind of ramped up again. There was, like, a tournament that was, like, one of the only, big Rubik's Cube tournaments that was at the time. But then I think, was it shortly after that the cube kind of died off? And then like years later, then it kind of came back, and it came back strong, and it's still strong today. So there's that. But so I just said this stuff, how do I incorporate this into, again, the written words? I can ramble about this stuff all day long, apparently. Getting it into an essay is the different question. So I put a bit of traction and soon started reaching the rest of the world. But do I talk about it, the brief period where it died and I talk about the one tournament. Maybe that could be a bit more offhanded where I say like, when I'm talking about the tournaments, like there was one tournament here and then they stopped for a while and then they came back. Again, I just don't have a lot of words to work with to mention all the things I want to mention. So talk about... So let's go actually. So introduction. Again, if I'm sticking to like, this doesn't have to be a case, but as like an estimation of each paragraph being about 8 sentences. Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you supposed to have a period at the end of this? I'm gonna say, hopefully so. Hopefully that's correct. I lost my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 6, so I'd need 2 more sentences. So the name change, I imagine, could be multiple sentences. I need like one more. This does not transition into this like at all. Soon started reaching the end of the rest of the world. Maybe actually I use that as the transition. There's an idea. There's a thought. Toy quickly picked up traction. It soon started reaching the rest of the world. The rise of the cube, like the fact, like it became popular because it became popular. Blarg de blarg de blarg. But then I need some kind of conclusion. Conclusion that leads into tournaments. I wasn't expecting to be rewriting my essay as much as I currently am, but that's sometimes what you gotta do. I mean, ideally I would have written it properly like this in my first draft, but that didn't happen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need one more sentence that's either the conclusion or I imagine the name change would be like 2 sentences. Yeah, I could probably make that 2 sentences, but I should then have to worry about how you're probably being in America it being like a fairy tale. How do I wrap that back around? I don't know. We're not gonna worry about that right now. It's fine. Okay, so now these 2 paragraphs were originally. This is where I feel like I'm going to be able to keep the most. Well, mainly just the competitive nature. So before, these were paragraphs that is the same. The competitive nature is talking about tournaments and stuff. And then talking about other ways to solve, like that some people solve it blindfolded, 2x2, with one hand, with their feet. Whereas here, I sort of split the tournament paragraph into 2, where it's similar. Like the competitive nature, including like when in tournaments. Okay. So talking about tournaments and in tournaments, people solve cubes in different ways. And next, then talk about the people that are winning the world records. Give some examples, like actually that I have here, some of these guys. Yeah. Except unfortunately, this quote does not back up these claims. Well, these quotes do not back up those claims. Instead, I have a quote for a different thing, talking about. So here I talk about the. I didn't even introduce the other book. Oops. I just realized I didn't do that. Maybe I should do that. I mean, it kind of was a little bit by chance, but it just happened to be that like I used three quotes from the first book and then 2 quotes from the second book rather than mixing them. But like the first book was meant to more so talk about the creator, so it has all the quotes where I talk about the creator. I mean, actually, even so, funny thing is that this quote, no, this quote basically was brought up in the other book when in the other book the guy meets the creator and talks to him, and he brings up this thing. So that's kind of funny. In fact, that literally means I could, like, this quote reworded would basically be in the other book. It's still like unique enough that I think I can use it as a quote, but it's something to do with like a personal experience of Rubik, even if it's common knowledge if you look up stuff about the guy. But it's still like, stuff about him, personal story kind of thing. So I think that's fine. But then these two quotes are about like the tournament stuff. That's mainly what I got those quotes for, in that book for. But I didn't even introduce the book. I gotta definitely like introduce the book. Now the question is, do I like introduce both of them in my intro, or do I introduce the biography before the first book about the biography, autobiography, whatever, and then introduce the second book before talking about it? That makes more sense, the second thing I just said. So, So, the first time the creator scrambled it, shortly after having made it, he described the feeling as blurg. So either I have to... So if I want to keep this as being 8 sentences, that means I have to introduce book. In the book, the first time he scrambled it, blah, 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 blah. That's probably what that has to be. Which either then means I let this be 9 sentences, which can be fine. Likely 8 was an estimate. But if of all the paragraphs to be longer, I would almost rather it not be this one. But my way of how I maybe simplify that is, may I combine these? Like, I basically am talking about the whole solving in one sentence. I'll see if I can do that. I'll see. I'll come back to that. Okay, so... Yes. So, okay, this quote, I literally say, quote. So let me kind of go a little bit something like this. But then some of this might be part of some of this, but it currently isn't. And because it's not, that means I'm going to make this red for now. It's so disorganized, but it's my kind of disorganization. This is how I do this. Actually, I've never done this square bracket thing before. This is new, but in terms of writing different pieces of the essay going back and forth, I do that all the time. Which is why I prefer to type essays rather than write them by hand, because you can't really do this without having to like rewrite whole sections. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Conclusion, or thing that leads into tournament. So now the two tournaments paragraphs. Let's again do the same thing. So I definitely have to introduce the book, as I said. So there's gonna. So I'm just gonna introduction's the same. Intro. I just need to account for that sentence, whatever it ends up being, and then even like conclusion. Now I can spell conclusion. Apparently I couldn't earlier. So then we got. So let's say so 1. Wait, what did I say? So 8. So 6 more. So 3, 4, 5, 6. With one of these being a quote. I guess this is how I'm doing this now. This only also works because I have this estimate for how many sentences each paragraph needs to be, which isn't even like set in stone necessarily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, that's wrong. Yeah. Okay. So what's the one quote? The quote for this paragraph was quote 6, which is the one that this one. That's a list that I'd rather not. I need to sort of paraphrase this in a way that's not a list. I would prefer to anyway. While I can't think of anything, I'm going to just type out the quote because I might paraphrase some of it. Or there are a lot of things that go into setting up a competition. You need something like as what's the author's name? I'll look it up in a second. It was like something. Start with a Schleckner or something. I don't know, something like that. Oh, Scheffler. That was it. Scheffler talks about there are tons of things. There's a lot of things. I'm like, do I quote this? Do I paraphrase it? Things that go into at least one of my quotes has to be not a quote, but a paraphrasing thing. I can't have all of them be quotes, or I'm not supposed to anyway. That go into a competition from, so this is where I'm going to paraphrase the quote from timers. I'm just going to be like from, so the quote, it's slightly off screen for you guys, or no, it's completely off screen for you guys, but you need timers, tables, judges, computers for entering the scores into the WCA database, scramblers, medals, an arena for competitors to warm up, and you also, perhaps most importantly, need good lighting. That's the list. Rather than having that whole list, from blah and blah to blah and blah, and list it like that way. So it looks less like a list, and only say some of the examples. From timers and tables to I was gonna go like first two and last two, but the last two would be area for competitors to warm up and good lighting, which I don't know if I like those being the last elements of the list. I mean, I guess it's stuff you wouldn't think about when it comes to this, but to judges and computers, scramblers. So judges and scramblers are talking about people. Like a scrambler is a person in this case, not a piece of machinery. To judges and people to scramble the cube. If I put scramblers here, like judges make sense. Like you know what a judge is, especially in the tournament context. If I say so to judges and scramblers, would TAs get that? When I talk about scrambling, or mainly the fact that you recognize that a scrambler is a person and not like some robotic machinery that you put the cube into and it scrambles it. Because without context, you might think like, oh, scrambler? Is it a machine that scrambles Rubik's cubes? In this case, no. It's a person. It's people. Okay, so this is probably fine. So, when you paraphrase, do you still put quote number, or do you still put page number somewhere? I imagine you would, right? So I'm going to go MLA paraphrase. Not paragraph. Paraphrase format. Let's have a looky. These are quotations. I just want to see an example. Please. You do put it. I thought I was right. Although this is APA or whatever, because I can tell because the comma date. But he writes that increasing levels of. Okay, so I'm just gonna put. I can look more into the nitty-gritty of it later. I just wanted a rough idea of this. So then this is this. Okay, and funny thing is, even though I've sort of changed the quote a bit, it's a paraphrasing, but the TAs don't necessarily know that. They're not going to look up the book, or maybe they will, for all I know, but I'm going to doubt it. But even then, I think this is still a proper paraphrasing. It's mainly just me trying to condense a list rather than give the whole list to say what I'm talking about. Okay, so with that out of the way, so I do need to like introduce the book in. So talking about tournaments. Do I want to talk about the history of tournaments? Like, first tournament came back in whenever. Introduce book, like the other book. Introduce book, have the quote. As introduce book combining with kind of setting up the quote, I imagine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually I lose one of these. So I got 2 sentences plus the conclusion to sort of wrap things up when it comes to tournaments before I talk about the people. I didn't even talk about the different ways of solving. Transition to shoot. Is this too little? Is it like too little space? I don't want it to be like, you're not supposed to sort of like introduce a new topic in the paragraph. But I just wanted to mention kind of, I felt like this would be a good place to sort of mention the whole that different people solve Rubik's Cubes in different ways. In the way that like, some people. So okay, there's two avenues of this kind of like taking a 3x3 and the different ways of solving a 3x3 with one hand behind back, hands behind back or something, or like with your feet. And then there's the other thing of just different types of cubes. So a 4x4 and the different things that aren't cube shaped. I can talk about both or either of those. I think I kind of have to pick one. If I'm going to pick one, I think I'd rather talk about 3x3s, different ways of solving 3x3s. I mean, in my original thing, I was going to have an entire paragraph dedicated to that, but I just don't have room for that anymore. But I want to at least bring up blindfold solving somewhere, because then it brings up my personal connection with Rubik's Cube stuff that I end up bringing up in my conclusion. But I don't want to bring up the fact that people solve cubes in different ways in my conclusion. That's just not, because then that's kind of introducing new information, So transition to something like beyond all the equipment. Equipment doesn't work when the fact that I'd say people. Equipment and roles that go into. The equipment and people that go into. And staff that goes into running a successful tournament. How do I transition this? It feels like a bit of a stretch, unless I like introduce it differently. Maybe when I'm just introducing tournaments, I say something about it, like, or people go in tournaments to do more than just solve it. Like some people do blindfolded, blah 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 blah. Then with the tournament, there's a lot that goes into setting them up, like blah blah blah. Maybe that's a better way of doing it. Okay. So how do I translate what I just said into this? So I might then have to maybe ditch the whole how I talk more about the tournament thing, and then maybe I could introduce the book in the same sentence, although it becomes quite a long sentence. But so introduction. I mean, even like when I actually write these introductions, they might like incorporate some of this stuff in them, but we'll see. So first tournament came back in. That's meant to be like a date there. first tournament was in blah, and since then, like, the first tournament was in blah, and since then, many have come to compete. I don't know if I like that wording, but it works for now. Compete. Compete in different ways. Okay, here we go. Beyond. This is now my beyond sentence, I guess. I don't know why I'm still putting these in square brackets, but whatever, it's fine. I will clean it all up later. Beyond just solving the cube, some have taken to solving it. Wait, no. I'm not supposed to list things. There was a specific thing of, like, it's usually bad if you list big lists. So I don't want to say other forms of competing such as blah, 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 blah. But just, like, 2 examples. I mean, I kind of do something like a list there, but that's part of a quote, so maybe it's fine. Okay, so if I were to pick two other ways of solving a cube, I think one-handed and blindfolded, I think, is what I'll pick. I want to say the feet one, but because there are people out there that can solve a Rubik's Cube with their feet. Could I, in theory, with, like, enough time, can I even... Okay, we're going to do this now. Can I make one turn with... I don't want to touch this to my feet, but I guess we're going to do this. Can I make one turn with my feet? That's, like, intentional. No, hold on. Yay! Okay, I made one turn. I made one turn. I did one turn with my feet successfully. It was not entirely the turn I was going for, but it was a turn. So in theory, make that a bits donation thing. That would take, like, forever. But solve a Rubik's Cube with my foot. Jeez. Okay, but and since then, many have come to compete in different ways. Beyond just solving the cube, some have taken to solving it with one hand, a hand behind their back. One hand. Actually, I don't know. When people solve it one-handed, do they actually put one hand behind their back, or could it just be like, one hand is here? I don't know. The semantics of that don't matter too much. It's kind of probably the same as, like, if you're solving blindfolded, do you, like, actually have a blindfold, or do you just close your eyes? Although that would be easier to, like, potentially cheat with or whatever, but yeah. Sometimes solving it with only one hand, or even with a blindfold. Then I transition into hi, new person, Christopher Young Shizuniwan. Probably that last part was not meant to be pronounced like a word. Have you been streaming for a long time but still not popular? Dude, that's a bot. That's totally just a bot, isn't it? Street skill, yeah. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks, Chris. Are you a real person or are you not? I'm gonna give you, like, 30 seconds to respond with anything that makes me think that you're not a bot. Otherwise, I will probably ban you. Because pretty sure that's just a bot. Okay, so beyond all the... I didn't expect... there's no way I'm going to be getting new viewers in this stream because I'm going to be buried at the bottom of the just chatting section, and I'm freaking writing an essay. This stream is entirely for returning viewers, and that's basically it. And I'm aware of that. I'm just streaming because I can, because I've been streaming in a while, and hopefully soon I'll be doing more interesting streams. Okay. Christopher... how do I go? Bam. Goodbye. That doesn't go away on the OBS side of things, and I would prefer if it did. Oh well, that's fine. All right. So also, why did I get pushed to the side so much? Oh, whatever. It's fine. No, I lost my train of thought. Equipment and staff that goes into running a Oh right, I ditched this sentence for what I had above. So then I have one, two. I'll talk about like so I'll replace that for like place and year. So how do I transition from this into introducing the book? That's something I gotta do. Beyond just solving the cube, some have taken to solving with only one hand or even with a blindfold. Well, the introducing the book, more specifically, I want to transition to how much work goes into making these tournaments a success. And then use that to transition into the quote. But I feel like I need to introduce the book before the quote, or unless I introduce the book in the same sentence. Do I actually say the name of the book here? The book has a really long name. If I go back to over here, cracking the cube, going slow to go fast, and other unexpected turns in the world of competitive Rubik's Cube solving. I kind of just want to call it cracking the cube. I mean, yes, this ups my word count, but actually word count's a little bit of a problem right now. So I might just... I don't know if this is proper form, but if I go to actually say the book's name up here, I'm just going to call it Cracking the Cube. Okay, beyond. Ian Scheffer's book Blarg. Ignore the formatting of all this. I forgot that this was Comic Standstill. Although it's funny that this is more appealing than this, just to look at. If I bold this, does that then kind of become like... What was the other one? Yeah. This looks, it has thicker text, but it's not bolded. This is bolded Comic Sans. Yeah. How do I then transition this? In Ian Scheffer's book, Cracking the Cube, where he talks about where he talks about his tournament experience. He mentions that I'm not saying it's like he mentions this as an offhanded thing. That's not what happens. He goes into great detail. Mention sounds like this offhanded thing. He says that though feels too generic. Explains that this is a long sentence, but hey, that's fine. In his book Cracking the Cube, where he talks about his tournament experiences, because he went to several. His achieving sub. The lingo is sub 20-second time, but explaining it in a more less using this lingo was easier to understand for people who are not as familiar with the cube. Achieving a 20-second time for solving it. This is a run-on sentence. In his book, he explains that like if I'm gonna talk, so either like this is all this is doing is saying, hey, I actually read the book. That's all what this is doing. So either I don't have that at all, or if I have it, then I split this up into two sentences. He talks about his tournament experiences with his goal, along with his goal. 20-second time in a tournament. Synonyms. I can use tournament. I can use competition. Thesaurus, do you have a third option? Let's find out. Contest. In a match. In a tourney, test, sport. In a duel. Even just doing this is kind of, that's maybe good enough for now, splitting that into 2 sentences, which again reduces this like that. Which gives me 1 sentence and a conclusion to wrap up, or talking about the quote, I guess. So in his book, was his first name Ian? Did I get that right? I did, okay. In Ian Scheffler's book, Cracking the Cube, where he talks about his tournament experiences along with his goal of trying to achieve, yes, a 20-second time in a turn. Okay, now the sentence isn't grammatically good. Or even with a blindfold. Then some people. Then I'm kind of talking. Okay, this is actually unintentionally better in terms of as far as the transition goes, where I say like I'm talking about the tournament. I kind of lean into talking about the people to then talk about Ian Scheffler, to then use his quote to go back to the equipment and the actual what goes into setting up the tournament. So that's neat. Hold on, let me actually get a date on the first tournament. The first Rubik's Cube tournament. Was the first one in Hungary? I want to say that that's not true, or I forget actually. Tournament. It's in Budapest. Oh, it was in Hungary. Yeah. Oh, Budapest. I recognize it. Yeah, I remember that now. Both from Avengers and from the book. The first tournament was the first Rubik's Cube. Or I would say like the first Rubik's Cube tournament, but I have a feeling that I'm going to say something like that in this sentence so to not repeat myself. No, I'll do it here until I actually write that introduction. The first tournament for trying to solve... I guess I didn't explain what actually happens at the tournaments. Was in Bois and Bois. And since then, many have come to compete in different ways. Beyond just solving the cube, some have taken to solving with only one hand or even with a blindfold. At this point, I think I can actually get rid of some of the square bracket things. Only one hand or even with a blindfold. In his book, he talks about his tournament experiences along with his goal of trying to achieve a 20-second time in a tournament. He explains that there are a lot of things that go into setting up a competitions, from timers and tables to judges and scramblers. How many sentences do I got left? 1, 2. I'm aware that this is not proper. I'll fix that later. So, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'd be missing one there. Okay, so that actually does give me more room. So how do I wrap this up? So I could talk more about equipment, and then I can go make talking about the equipment take 2 sentences. But if I were to more split it up, be like, there are a lot of things that go to judges and scramblers, from equipment to staff. from something like from equipment to staff. I could talk about cheaters, maybe. Or do I save that for this? I might maybe save that for the next paragraph if I even fit that in there. What do I have? Okay, I wrote this before. Let me look. Actually, if I make my introduction like this, I use this. This is 2 sentences, but like this sentence being short, it's more about the word count than the actual sentence number. 2 short sentences is fine. And even then, like, this sentence is of decent length. A lot of humans are... Wait, I didn't cut it, right? All right, I copied it, right? Yeah, okay. A lot of humans are competitive by nature. If there's something that many people are good at, there are those who will want to see who is best. The first tournament for trying to solve a Rubik's Cube the quickest was in Bois. Maybe could transition a little better, but I think it's fine. It's okay enough of a transition. Because I talk about who's the best, then the first tournament for trying to see who's the best is Bois. But then not using the word best twice, so... And in this case, it's about speed, so... So technically, if I were to follow my sentences rule, that would do that. Okay. Because what I kind of want to do at the very least is get to the end of this like planning stuff and then look at like even with like these words without them being full out sentences, I just want to gauge what the word count is there so I can get a good idea of like am I in the range of where I want to be. So yeah. And so Rubik's Cube competitions were born. Oh, I didn't even mention the World Cube Association. Oops. See, this paragraph was... See, I don't have enough words. I don't have enough... Or words per paragraph, unless I had less paragraphs, but I'm not doing that, I guess. This paragraph was decent. Actually... Well, right. In this paragraph, I talk about the people as well. I talk about some record stuff there. Okay, interesting. And so, Rubik's Cube competitions were bored. Oops, that was a typo. Can I talk about the rules? So I'm taking solving it. There's nowhere for me to really squeeze it in, unless I talk about. Maybe if I squeezed it in there, which I think it makes this one extra sentence, but that's fine. In fact, I think the average, because the intro and the conclusion are slightly less, because I don't think those are 8 sentences. It does actually mean that to have the average work well, I need it to, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's move on, and I'll come back to that. I'll flesh out this paragraph and then see how I want to have that. But I like that I was able to today. So when I talk about the equipment and regulations, then say today, these guys deal with this stuff, and then wrap it up. I hope I'll be able to come up with good introductions and conclusions, because that's the thing I'm more worried about right now, but we'll see. Okay, so now the people in the tournaments. So this is where I want to talk about, okay, yeah, more of the actual people that compete in these things, talk about world records, talk about, name some names of, like, this guy currently holds the record, and I'm going to now, be able to grab some, I have some of these names, so I'll grab them there. These names don't come from these books, actually, because I think this book was written before... Yeah, 2017. So that book was written before this guy held the record, so. And even this guy, so that's funny. Which is fine, hopefully. Okay, so let's do the same thing I've always done here. Or I've been doing the last several paragraphs, is just get the quote, figure out how to have the quote in here. So this quote, I don't know where it's going to be in the paragraph. Let me just say it here. Oops. Okay. So this talking about more of the competitive nature of it and how it can be similar to like, I think he compared it to wrestling in the book. I want to say, I saw the book open. I do. I searched the word wrestling. Did I get that? Well, wrestling. If I do like this, I'll get like all of them. No. Hold on. Am I spelling wrestling right in this context? Yes. Yes. I'm pretty sure it's the same as how I spelled it before. But I can tell that... Oh, wrestling also found a result. Oh, I didn't even realize that it... I didn't realize that it got both. Okay. Fair enough. But this is not the context that I wanted in. So, I thought I remember that being a case, but I guess not. Wait, I was looking at the right book, right? This is the second one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. So, the people in the tournaments plus current world records. So, yeah. I mean, I could maybe squeeze in also the different sizes of cubes, but I don't think I have room for that. But breaking the cohesion. Each of the finalists came out to entrance music. One of the contestants, this also happened an ellipse thing. One of the contestants dropped to the stage for a bit of impromptu breakdancing. There's probably some sentence I can say like, there's a ton of culture surrounding these events in ways that could be compared to sports. I was about to say other sports because you could maybe consider Rubik's Cube. Let's say to many. You could maybe consider what differentiates Rubik's Cube from chess, and what differentiates chess from the strategy that goes into football. No. Okay, so whatever. There's a ton of culture surrounding these events in ways that could be compared to many sports, but that doesn't actually lead into the quote. Or, like... Yeah, this is the one I'm a bit more unsure of. So, okay, do I have... When I'm talking about this culture, is that before or after I actually list the world records? That's basically just going to be these two sentences, wherever they were. Oh, shoot. I forgot that... So another thing with how tournaments work is rather than recording your fastest single solve, they you do like 5 solves, and then they take away your best, and they take away your worst, and then they average the 3 remaining, and then that's like your average time or whatever. So that's an attempt to remove randomness. So I if I wanted to incorporate that, but that doesn't as much go into the like that feels like something that would be more fitting in the last paragraph, but I'm kind of out of words in that paragraph. It's like there's so many things I want to mention, so many things I want to talk about that I just don't have the word count to do, which is funny because it's a 1,000-word essay, which sounds daunting, but like, yeah. So I am hitting that kind of. Yeah, I still have to flesh out some other parts, but yeah. I hit 1,000 in my draft, so there's that. But let's see what I can extract from this. Ooh, I just noticed that this sentence I can probably use up when I'm talking about the regulations. I'm going to do kind of this because I haven't fully meshed with all this, but it's like going to maybe go in that area, potentially. A lot of things, a lot of work. I don't like that being too samey. I need a better transition or something. I think the competitions are fair, such as making sure that everyone gets an individual, everyone in an individual match gets a cube that was scrambled in the exact same way. Yeah. I could also, here I could have an and then talk about the randomness thing, but I don't know. That is a really long sentence, which probably is not what I'd want. So, yeah. We'll solve many cubes, and the average time is taken in an attempt to remove randomness. The world record for solving Rubik's Cube was broken this year by Yixing Du with a time of... Wait, this year. This year was 2021 and not like 2020. Let me just double check that. Or the Rubik's Cube world record. Oh, I just thought of something. In the chapter where I talk about the person, the making of the cube, or the international, didn't I still need to flesh out the international part? This is a short paragraph. Why is this paragraph so short? Talk about name change was going to be several sentences, right? Probably. Oh, wait. Maybe, oh no, what did I just, no, I had an idea, what was it? I didn't say it out loud, what was it? I had an idea for something I was going to add. Shoot. Oh, no, right. So talk about, like, use how the toy took off as a way to mention that there's different sizes. Like, one thing I maybe wanted to mention was that the 4x4 is often called Rubik's Revenge. That's like the kind of name of it. I don't mention that anywhere yet, and I don't really have a good place to. One potential place to mention it would be when I talk about the toy became popular. I didn't even mention the copyright stuff. There's so many things that I want to talk about that I don't have the words to. Like one thing I was gonna maybe talk about was the that is the same paragraph about the person. Maybe here I could talk about knockoffs. No, the knockoff thing was more after it became international. So if anything, it's more fitting to be in this paragraph. Name change. Toy quickly put out traction and soon started reaching the rest of the world. The rise of the cube led to him be able to... Okay, wait, this is not... Is this 8 sentences? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is missing a sentence. Or no. Okay, this was... I think I remember. My assumption was that talk about name change was going to be 2 sentences, but... talk about knockoffs. But I don't know if that's the best place in the paragraph to put that. Like, talk about name change. Actually, or through cheap knockoffs. There we go. Just got to mention that somewhere. It was good, but I have to be careful because I might actually, like, I need to make sure that I'm not going to go over the word count again, because I'm still at risk of doing that. If I keep, like, if I have an average to stick to and I keep going above that average, then I'm not gonna fit. Okay, but let's finish this. I want to say many things at once there and didn't say any of what I wanted to say. Let's finish off the planning of this last paragraph, and then I can start going back through and sort of finish off other parts. So I wanted to see, when was this record broken? Yeah, he holds the world record currently. When did he break it exactly? Let's put this over here. Yeah, you tell me that's the record. Yeah, no, but when? When did he break it? I from some Googling like a few weeks ago, I know that it's this year, but I don't remember where I found that information, so I don't know. Oh, that's kind of cool, whatever this was. This is neat. But give me a date, please. Okay, what if I just Google the guy's name? 3.475, that's that time, right? When were you? Why did I think it was this year? Was it not this year? No, what? 2018? What? Why did I... What? Why did I think that this was this year? Where did I get this information? This was like half a month ago when I wrote this draft. But down here I was like... Did I get these dates wrong or something? What? Excuse me? But... When did he break this? Was this... Like, the date that the video was uploaded is not necessarily the date that it, is not the date that it, was broken. Yep, oops. This is muted? This is muted, yeah. I just want... Who the fastest out of this year? Okay, let's go. When was the world, I don't know, record I can spell. Broken Rubik's Cube. I don't know what I'm searching. Just, nah. Oh, this is probably what I saw. As of 2021 is currently blah. Maybe I read that and for some reason thought it was this year. The former champion surpassed. But tell me when. I want to know when he did it, not just. Why? You'd think that this would be important information that would be easily findable. Of like, when did this happen? Give me a date. I would like to know, like I might be able to find the year. I think the year was 2018, but I'd like an actual day if I can find one, or even like a month. Interesting. Longest standing world record. Interesting. Interesting. I'm back. Hello, the Goddess Lord. I was lurking and playing. Fair enough. I'm still writing things about Rubik's Cubes. Right now, I'm specifically trying to find... So I know the guy who holds the world record for solving Rubik's Cube the fastest is this guy. How's the essay? Going good. Getting there, kind of. It actually is... It is making progress, so yeah. What I'm trying to find out right now from Googling is just... I had a wrong date for something I had in my draft, which is when the current guy who holds the world record, this guy, when did he actually get that record? I'm trying to find it and I'm failing. And then second place, like the guy who had the record before, this guy, I'd like to know when he broke it. Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. Oh, yeah, that's amazing. Imagine how well I would still be cool, but like a bit of a bummer, I guess. Imagine that like you get a world record. Wait, I am waiting. But now I'll finish my sentence while you're typing whatever it is you're typing. Oh, it says 6 seconds. Oh yeah. This is 3 seconds. The guy who holds the world record for solving a Rubik's Cube the fastest has a time of 3.47 seconds. Literally done. Actually, I mean 3 seconds would be 1, 2, 3.5. Boom, it's done. OMG. Jesus. Yes. But what I was about to say, well, what I was just reading here, but yeah. So there was someone at some point, or no, it was, November 1st, 2015, where somebody broke the record, got it the fastest. He now has the world record. But later that day, in another place in the world, unrelated, another guy also broke the record and got a time faster than him. So this one guy got the world record and had it for like less than a day, for like a few hours, until another guy also happened to beat the record and beat him. But that is pretty sure that guy's power is making everything around him slower. Haha. Fair enough. I mean, probably. Yeah, broke the. No! Wait, it happened a third time? That's amazing. I didn't know about this. I hadn't looked into like records that much. I have a little bit, and it's cool. Like, oh, this guy can solve it. Or juggling. This guy can solve it one-handed. It happened a third time? That's amazing. I have to mention this in my essay. Oh, could you? No. How about you don't do any of what you're doing? That's amazing. But so if I don't know if I explained whatever what I was saying successfully, but yeah, November 21st, we're in 3. Is it 2 different until at the same is it the same competition? Wow! Oh my! But yeah. 3 people breaking the world record in the same day. That's amazing. It went from 5.5 to 5.21 to... Where's the other time? To 5.09 to 4.90. I think that's the same day. 2 of which at the same competition, and another one somewhere else in the world. It was literally, was the third one at this, was the third one at the place of the second one or the first? So, 2 different people until at the same competition. Yeah, was Lucas Eder at the same place as Keaton Illis, or at the same place of Colin Burns? How about you don't do that? Interesting. But that's cool. I have to. But what I was trying to find was just this guy. So this guy, when did he break the record? When? Give me day, please. Single, average. First sub 4, yeah. Why can't I find this? Goddess Lauren, if you're still here, if you want to help me out, if you want to do some Googling, help me find a month. Or a year. Even just a year. No, I think I know the year was 2018. The year that... Well, a month? No. I was going to say a month. Tell me. No. The guy who currently holds the world record. The guy who currently holds the world record. What year did he get that record? Or like ideally, I was looking for a day, but I don't think I'm going to find a day. So I'd settle for like a month, probably even just a year. But like, when in time did the guy who currently holds the world record, which is something, whatever his name was, Yuxing Du, when did he get this record of 3.7 seconds? When did this happen, and why can't I find it? You'd think this would be like everywhere on the internet. He used CFOP? That's great. CFOP is, wait. Yeah, he is, because I use CFOP, which is this thing. That's cross first two layers, or F2L, OLL, or orientation of last layer, and PLL, permutation of last layer, which is really funny that, the fact that this article was written in 2018, I think I can probably just say it's 2018, I'm probably correct. But it's funny that this is an acronym of acronyms, where everything except this is an acronym. Because cross, F2L, first two layers, OLL, orientation of last layer, PLL, permutation of last layers. That's funny. Okay, let's go back to my Googling over here. So was currently the world record for solving a Rubik's Cube was broken in 2018 by Blerg with the time of Blarg. This surpasses the previous record holder, Bwag, who held the time of that since when? Okay, so I'm just going to go and say that 2018 is probably fine. So when did this guy get this record? The 4.22 seconds. This was, Felix. When did this happen? Yep, just gonna kind of just let this go. Yep, the Domino's, all right. Sponsor me. No. This was also 2018. Oh, well. It's like that a guy walked in front of him. It has to be the exact date of the vid. Possibly. This guy has a YouTube channel? This guy who is the world record holder, he has a YouTube channel. Interesting. Cool. Okay, so the fact, if they were in different years, I could have just the year. But because this is different, the same year, different months, why can't I? Why do I have so many of these open? So since May, I'm gonna say May, and I actually don't get a quote to back up those. So this guy was in May, and I think this guy was November. Wait, so no one's broken the record in 3 years? Really? I mean, like, it's a really hard record to break. I'm not saying, like, pish, no one's gotten better than that. Child's play. I'm not saying that, but, like, it seemed like from that one website, it was like, records are being broken, like, every year. But you need to comp? I need to compete? Oh, yeah, totally. With my not knowing any of OLL, I'm going to have amazing times. Just you watch. So, I probably want Okay, year after year, people compete to get better times and hoping to be the next person to break the record. That's a decent conclusion sentence. Ha ha ha, I have faith in you. Yeah. You know what you gotta do? You just gotta invent a certain category of solving Rubik's Cubes that you're the only one who does that, so therefore you have the world record by default. Like solving a Rubik's Cube with your teeth. Ah! I can hurt it. Yeah. Ah. Did it. I did a turn. I did a successful turn. I mean, I would have had it on my table, but then it would have been out of frame of the camera. So there we go. Or can you solve it with your elbows? Oh, no. I don't want to break this. But, I mean, that's how some people break Guinness World Records. You just do something that, like, no one does. So you're the only competition. You're like, I don't know, today I'll solve it with my head. I'll solve it with just one elbow. I mean, in actualness, there are people who can solve it one-handed. You were the first guy who turned a Rubik with his teeth. Haha. Surprisingly, I kind of doubt that. I will doubt that. Given that drunk people exist in our world, I doubt that. But yeah, there's people who can solve this one-handed, blindfolded one-handed. I can see that being possible. Someone's probably done that. Somebody juggling it, where while juggling it, they do turns and throw and turn and throw, and then are able to do that. There you go. Ah, thank you. Now, what is that? Is Porsche win? Okay, but thank you. I appreciate the trophy. Wow. All right. What was I gonna say? Oh, but there's also people out there that can solve a Rubik's Cube with their feet. So those people exist, and I am secretly one of them. No, not yet. Watch, I make that like a subscriber goal, where it's like, if I hit this many subscribers, then I will learn how to solve it with my feet. I'm not making that promise because I don't want to dedicate that time. You're a winner to me, haha. Thank you. Oh, that's crazy? Yes, it is. I mean, it's impressive, though. Like, mock it all you want, but someone to be able to actually say, like, I can solve this colorful mess with my toes is actually impressive. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's that. All right. What time? Oh God, how is it? All right, yeah, it's getting close to 5. Oh no, the clock is ticking. We'll get there. I am getting indecent standings. Kind of. I can laugh too, but in the real world. Okay. So what am I doing with this paragraph? Oh, I said, right, I was getting these records. I didn't know, I really want to mention that, but I don't know if I have a good place to mention it. The whole 3 records being broken in one day. That's so hilarious to me. But okay, but for now, I'm just going to take these. And actually, this seems like a good conclusion, so. So I'm in some kind of IA? Am I an IA? What, do you mean AI, or I don't know what IA is? Either I don't know what IA is, or do you mean AI? That's too much A's? Lol. Too much A's where? Oh, in your sentence? Possibly. Probably. I don't know what IA is. Or, forget it, huh? Fair enough. Don't worry, been there many times, saying something that I think sounds better in my head, and then like, nope, never mind. Okay. In fact, I've probably done that on stream already at some point. My brain is like a bad DJ. Sure. So I don't have a quote to back up those claims, but instead I have a quote. What's the quote that I'm using here? This one. Oh, the culture and the entrances. So do I talk about the... So do I talk about the records after? Yeah, after seems better. Whoops. Yep, okay. Let's do this. And then I like this as a conclusion. Year to year, people compete to get better and better times in hope of being the next person to break the record. Is that a good conclusion? It's not. It's not great, but it's not terrible. And that's just what I need right now. All right. Okay. The world record for solving Rubik's Cube is broken. Is currently held by. I want to be careful. I always worry with some of this wording that I'm like, because, you know, I can't plagiarize or whatever. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is fine wording. But, like, this feels like something that there's probably some literature somewhere that would word it like this. That I'm worried, like, I don't want to get flagged for plagiarism when I did not intend such things. Yeah. Okay, so this surpasses the previous record holder, blah, who held a time of that since May 2018. This feels less substantial because at first, for some reason, I thought that this guy broke the record this year. So I'm like, this currently, like, it was broken this year by this guy. Previously, it was held by this guy since this long ago. But the fact that these are both in the same year feels less substantial. I mean, kudos to this guy, but for the sake of my essay, I might replace that with the the 3-person thing. I don't need to name names there, really. I don't know if I really have room for that. But I want to say the sentence about, like, how would I even word that? Just about how crazy it is. I'll be listening, just need to manage some stuff on my iCloud, haha. All right, you do that. Or no, I don't think iCloud is one of the only things where I have not made an account with Cyberchroma, so maybe I gotta get on that. Like, is a mess in there? Lol. Fair enough. I don't have any, like, really music-y playlist things. I have a Spotify account, but I need some space. You mean that in more ways than one? Well, we're currently hacked by that with the time of 2. Okay, how do I word this though? Okay, the ha 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 oh you what am I saying here? The 3-way world record thing. I'm not supposed to make this, like, personal, so I shouldn't say, like, I would word this, like, in my opinion, the most impressive feat in Rubik's cubing, something along those lines, was when 3 records were broken in the same day by 3 completely different people. But how do I word that in a way that's, like, less formal, like, not an opinion, but, like, well, I just don't say it's the most impressive thing, because that's an opinion. This is not supposed to be too much of an opinionated thing, or it's not supposed to be really opinionated at all. It's supposed to be informal, except for the conclusion, where I'm encouraged to sort of bring up my own personal connection to the topic. But if I say an impressive feat, if I say the most impressive feat, that sounds like opinionated. If I say an impressive thing, I mean, I personally think it's hilarious. I think it's really funny, but that's not the adjective to use here to describe this in the context of a formal essay. Okay, fine. I'll leave this temporary for now. I'll come back to it. 3 world records in a day. Let's leave that. Which is going to replace this guy. Or maybe that might be fine if I put it in the same sentence, maybe. Beating the last record of 4.2 broken earlier that year. I put by the guy. If I put the guy's name, that just might be too long of a sentence. I'll come back to that when I look at the word count. Okay, so now what is currently... What? Is currently held by... Oh, but currently held by Blag. Like, currently held since currently held since. How do I? Has been held since. Yeah. Current record for solving Rubik's Cube has been held since Blarg by Blarg de Blarg de Blarg. This feels like it's going to be more near the end of the paragraph because I'm going to have more of the beginning have to do with the quote, probably. Actually, I have to remove some of these for the sentences I just put in. So, how many sentences was it to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. But that's how that is if I remove these, right? That's what that just was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I would rather the additional sentence be before the quote, probably. Well, I need the lead into quote sentence. So, so this paragraph was meant to be talking about the people. So how do I make it more? How do I put more of that? Like it's down here where I name names. Before that, just talking about like, okay, so whatever the introduction is, then there's a ton of culture surrounding these events in ways that can be compared to many sports. Oh shoot, I don't even have. Wait, I need a transition here. Transition from people to records. And that's going to get rid of this sentence, which means that this needs to go right into the conclusion. Great. Okay, so lead into quote. So how do I lead into the quote here? In ways that could be compared to many sports. Each of the final letters come out to entrance music. One of the contestants dropped stage for a bit of One could compare it to wrestling. Like I'm going to compare it to wrestling. One with the high up events, like I mean like the top tier event. How do I word that? And like the I don't want to say finals because I use that word. I need like a synonym, like with the big guys, the top dogs. Or maybe I don't word it like that. Too many sports. Shoot, now I forgot what I was even. I was gonna compare this to wrestling. Hold on. Idea. So something like each person gives something about like gives their own personal flair. Something with that. I just thought of that as like the end of the sentence. Could be compared to many sports. Many of the top performers. That seems a good way of describing this. Manage to. Many of the top performers manage to give their own. No, that's not a complete sentence. Their own personal flair. Their own personal flair to blah, or manage to give blah their own personal flair. To add. Sure. They need to add to this culture their own personal flair. I don't know if I like that. I should probably put, as Scheffler puts it, I'm going to be very indecisive, as I'm unsure of how this should look. Okay. Many of the top performers manage to add this to their culture with their own personal flairs. Make that plural. Each of them came out to entrance music. One of the contestants dropped to the stage with a bit of break dancing, then transitioned from people to records. I mean, this sentence, if I had a different conclusion, this sentence could almost work as a transition. So I talk about like the people trying to get the records, and then have the conclusion be more about bring it back around to the culture, maybe. Let's try that. Oops. Mm-hmm. I don't want to say even more impressive. I was about to say even more impressive to some. I'm going to type that for now, and then maybe I'll think of a better way of wording it. Even more impressive to some. An even more impressive event to some is when in let me find the date real quick again. Rubik's Cube 3 records, like that whole thing. Oh, it's under Guinness World Records. Okay. I want to find the okay, where are you? Yeah, Felix. Found them. I found the people. It was the second event. That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. So it was 2015. Spring 2015? Oh wait, no, that was the name of the event. No way. What? I found another thing. No. What? More people? Oh, how's the essay going? Hi, reptilian. The other goddess. Hi. More people indeed. But I found more people, interesting things. So I'm writing this essay. It's going decent. If you are curious or interested, I guess I'll share this again. I'll post this. Link. Yeah, commenter link. I'm put a link in the I have this in a Google Doc so people can look at this and give comments if you want to help me critique my essay or whatever. But yeah, this is going good so far. But I just found something amazing, which to my what I'm think I'm seeing here is that a guy solved a Rubik's cube or solved 5,800 cubes in 24 hours. That's amazing. Whoa indeed. I need to see this. This might be loud apparently according to this thing. Oh, one of them was a world record, I guess. Who has time for that? Oh, this guy apparently. Huh. So. Okay, I'm trying to decipher what I'm just quickly skimming and reading or whatever. But this was this is this is in 2013. This is the end of the thing. Wow. But for 24 hours of just solving cubes. Why did you do this? For 24 hours? I don't know. Oh, you took short breaks, apparently. Didn't sleep. I don't see sleep in that list. Oh, yeah. Wow. Cool, good to know, haha. Great. I can't stay up for 24 hours straight, let alone solve a Rubik's Cube over and over for 24 hours. 5,000. That's amazing. I don't think I have room for that in my essay. Otherwise, I'm just kind of like listing accomplishments. I don't want to be doing that too much. In fact, I don't even know if I really should be doing the 3-a-day one. Let me find the 3-a-day one, though. It was in 2015. I don't have the month, but whatever. Must be boring after a while. I'd imagine, right? But I guess some people are really invested in that stuff. I mean, I guess, like, if you are that determined, then sure. Yeah. I don't know how people do that stuff, but they do. I mean, look at me. I've been writing an essay for the last however many hours. How long is the stream been going? 5 hours. Great. Well, that was including a break where I got food. Food that I still have here that I didn't like put in the fridge or anything. Oops. Oh well. I would probably be heating it up soon for more eating. Okay, but this was in 2015. I would like to find the month. Let's see if we can find that. April. And yes, I haven't muted someone's stab. Was that former world record? So if you may have missed, I said it before, but you wanted to know why this says former world record? Because this record was broken the same day. This guy got this world record, and then it was broken on someone in another part of the world the same day. I think that's so funny. And then someone else got it, and then it was broken again in the same day. It's so funny. Like, what are the odds of that happening? And 2 of them were at the same tournament, but then another one was at a different place. Oh my god. Like, so this guy got the world record with a time of 5:25. Then another guy got a time of, it was like 5.09. And then later in the same day, another guy got 4.9. Absolutely amazing. World record, lol. Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. Oh my god. That's I think that's hilarious. I mean, like, yeah, it would suck for the guy. It's like, yeah, I got a world record. Oh wait, I didn't. Imagine this poor guy's reaction. Like, yes, it's sad, but it's fun. No, I almost think that, like, this is, like, more memorable than just, like, any former record. When someone told him, hey, someone did it in 3 seconds. Yeah, but, oh, yeah. Well, I didn't, like, okay, so with the whole Rubik's Cubing thing in general, it is, like, it seems to be a bit, like, it's not just competitive. Like there's a bit of a mutual, like anyone doing Rubik's Cube stuff being like, whoa, that guy did it this fast. There'd be, you know, that, like, collaboration to a degree. So there is that. But especially because this world record, like the third one of the day, was the first record that was sub 5 minutes. So yeah, all of them have credit for sure. But yeah, like, I think, like, so of all the people that have broken records in history, I mean, literally, I guess this is this list. Like, I mean, like, again, really impressive. Any of these guys that have, you know, broken these world records at the different points in time, 1982? Is that 19 seconds? Jeez. But and then look, literally like this guy, this guy. Oh, he's looks like he's broken it the most. That's funny. But of all of these guys, I would say that where is it? You know, these guys having the most memorable thing. Like I don't know if anyone remembers like let's say this guy's world. Oops. Unless you're this guy or immediate family members, anyone remember this guy's world record or like this world record? But then you got like the triple of these three. That's like the whole broken in the same day thing. I don't know. I mean, okay, I still think it's funny. I still think it's hilarious that even happened. Hopefully, these two can find that hilarity. Yeah. And then currently, this guy is holding the world record. Since 2018. Interesting that... Has cubing died off a little bit? Like, is it just... Are people not as interested in it anymore? Or like... Or, I mean, there is a decent... Oh, wow. That is quite a decent gap between these two times. No way. Look at this. Same time? Same exact time? Different by the milliseconds? Bully? Am I a bully? I don't think I'm a bully. Hopefully... I'm not making fun of these people. Definitely not. Like, these are really impressive people. Very remarkable individuals. I'm just trying to justify my laughing at these guys. Not laughing at them. I'm just messing with you. I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at the time. The absurd luck of it. I'm laughing at the luck. Or unlucky to these guys, I guess. But, like, yeah. With feet only, also 15 seconds. I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about absurd, well, this is absurd luck. This is other absurd stuff. Yeah, I was very unlucky for sure. Yeah, this guy could solve it with his feet in 15 seconds. 16, pretty much. Oh, no, 15.5 seconds. And that was 2019. Oh, that was recent. So I guess that could be a thing. It's like, imagine, like, the people who do these solving Rubik's Cube things might not devote themselves to just one category. They probably maybe go between different categories. That makes sense. Maybe like at this point, even though like it's been however like 3 years since solving the 3x3, breaking the record, people have probably been going into other categories and all that. I want to see the video. I want to see the video of this. We're gonna actually get sound here. How loud do you think this guy screams when it's like, oh my god? Okay, well, the audio quality on this is terrible, but... It slowly gets louder. Oh, that's great. Controversy. Oh, is there a controversy thing? Interesting. Hope it was still valid. It looks like it was. I imagine I would see if it wasn't... If there was controversy that made it like invalid, then that probably But that's crazy. He like paused for a second, didn't he? Did it not look like he paused it for like the tiniest bit? But I mean, like in comparison, it's like not pausing it for like any time at all. But that's absolutely insane. I want to see this guy's one.
Upgrade your arsenal.
Because, surprisingly, that wasn't as loud as I thought it would be. But, this one has better, like, quality. Although still being louder, but... It's loud. Better quality. So, this guy's probably going to yell in a second. Sound warning? Oh, wait, I saw this already, but I saw it without audio. But, woo. Do they realize... Can they see the other side of the clock? Like, do they realize that they... No, wait, did you see this guy? Did you see this kid? He just... No, he didn't solve it without looking at it. I think that was the equivalent of me doing this. Ooh, I solved it. Ooh, I think that was that. That was just the sort of doing OLL or PLL algorithms over and over. Where you do it twice in a row or a certain number of times in a row, you end up how you started. Wait, do I recognize that algorithm? No, never mind. For a second, I thought it was one of the pills. I thought I could recognize what it was, but no, never mind. Yeah. That's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. Ah, he's cute. Who, the guy or the kid? Depending on your answer, you might be going to jail. Okay. Yeah. All right. What was I trying to find now? So stop. Yeah. Where is one of the other tabs I had open? I think records. Is it this one? No. Where was the guy? Where was the? I want to find the details. Or I saw the date of the triple. I want to find that again. 3. No, stop. No. Youngest person to solve a Rubik's Cube was 3 days old. Or sorry, 3 years. Not 3 days. 3 days would be no. 3 years. 3 years. Years. Jesus. And okay. Not to stereotype or not to, but you can see the country and yeah, I'll just move on. I mean, is it like? I mean, like I say, stereotyping. Is it like racist if you're almost giving the compliment of people from this country are smarter on average than most people? Would you call that racist if it's a compliment? Kind of. I mean, I guess it would depend on how you word it, because some people would think being smart is lame. You should be less smart and be more muscles. I guess it depends on who you talk to. But they are smart. Nobody can deny it. Fair enough. I want to find the triple. So it wasn't the. I gotta close some of these tabs. I closed the. Nyarg. Hungary. It's hungry, the country, not me being hungry. Well, I am a little hungry, but whatever. Yeah, I definitely closed that tab. No. Oh no. How did I find that? What do I Google to find that again? Rubik. I'm trying to find the date when those 3 guys got the world records the 3 times in a day. Rubik's Cube 3 records didn't help. 3 records like 2015. I don't know. I want to find the day. Ooh, okay, hold on. Let me put this on the screen. I don't know why I keep doing things in the where you can't see. As long as I'm not showing my address or like my I was on Amazon earlier, didn't want to flash my postal code. Okay. There we are, November 21st. Okay. Really? Wait, what's with all these records being broken in November? Or is that just when some big Rubik's Cube competition is held? November was on November 21st. I guess I should do like the up thing, however you do that. If I just do like something like this, or I don't. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I forget how you have that be up in Google Docs, but I know how to do it in Word. So when I copy it back to Word, I'll just do it there if I remember to do it. If I don't, it's probably fine. Okay, November 21st, 2015, when the record was broken 3 times in one day. I don't have the words to go more into depth into that. I just really wanted to say that because that's impressive. Okay, then I need some conclusion. Some conclusion that wraps this back around to when I was talking about culture. I need this. This almost feels like two disconnected things. Where I'm talking, well, the culture about events, and then Rubik's Cube records. Those feel like they could be two different paragraphs. I need to word this in a way so that they are connected. Or I mention less about the records and figure out how to get more words out of the culture stuff. I'm not sure how to do that or where I would do that. So the guy from the 3 seconds has the actual world record. Yeah. This was earlier records. The 3.4 seconds is right now, as of today, the current world record. Yes. So yeah, very impressive. For the solving a 3x3 normally, then you got like the different sizes. And you got like one-handed with your feet blindfolded, all at once, with 1 foot juggling with your feet while blindfolded. You just gotta combine all the different things together. Yeah. What was okay? So then that's that paragraph. Which this would be the conclusion of the body paragraphs. So either I might like figure out more things to use from these guys, but then we go into the conclusion, which I think I'm fine with my conclusion as it is right now. I already did modify it a little bit. The Rubik's Cube is such an amazingly complex and beautifully simple. Juggling while your feet are blindfolded. I mean, just what, like tie like a zip tie between your feet or like duct tape or something. I mean, I can kind of juggle, like not the cubes. I mean, I guess I could juggle 1 cube. I don't want to try juggling 3, but oh well, that was not a good showcase of that. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, I'm actually getting further than I usually do. Awesome. Okay. Ta-da! I hope I was in frame for that. I think I was. But, yeah, I can kind of... I'm learning how to juggle. It's an on and off thing. Oh, but yeah, definitely, like, I go, like, weeks without doing it at all, and then... I pretty much the only time I've been juggling recently is when on stream I'm like, hey, I can juggle, by the way, and then I fumble them. But, anyway. So at my best, I could solve the cube in just under 50 seconds. Today, I did solve a cube in under 50 seconds. So I think I earn the right to say that I can solve, solve it present time, under 50 seconds. Juggling is not like riding a bike? No, it is not. Although there are probably some people that can do both. Those people probably exist. Yeah, okay. Mostly now at my best, I could solve the cube in just 3 times successfully, with times ranging closer to 5 minutes. I don't have a good way of rewording this to not. Maybe just at my best. Solve. Okay. What did I do? What did I do here? Currently, I can solve. Oh, shoot. This sentence had more to do with the old body paragraphs, and I don't know how much it works with the current body paragraph. With the current structure of the essay now, because I don't talk about the analyzing and researching part. It's a toy to fill with, a challenge to overcome, a test of skill and hand coordination, and a puzzle to perplex and confuse. That's fine. I might come back to that. The cube means so many different things to so many different people. It's easy to pick up and hard to pull down. Easy to pick up and hard to pull down. No one... I thought I heard noise, but it was fine. Okay, it's easy to pick up and hard to put down. No wonder it has seen such success across the globe. The conclusion could actually maybe be better, but it's decent enough that like I have other things to worry about. Wait, this book came out this year? What? I didn't even realize that. The book came out this year? Cool. I didn't realize that was the date of that. Wait, is that accurate? Cube The Puzzle of Us All by Erno Rubik. Originally published September 15th, 2020. Did what I look at, was that like a re-release or something? Or did I just get that date wrong? Publisher, let me make sure that that's actually correct. Where's my works cited thing? Over here. Oh, this is a different publisher. So it must have been got republished or something. I plugged this into an MLA generator thing, and it just got information from across the internet somehow, some way. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'm not going to worry about it for right now. Okay, so with that, I have now... Oh, God, I forgot I didn't... I have now at least roughed out all the different parts of the improved version of this essay. But now I gotta, especially in some parts, I really gotta flesh things out, and I only got so long to do it. Ugh. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. First thing I want to do is I'm gonna move all of the red. I'm not gonna delete this yet because I might still move it, but I'm gonna move all of the red to underneath. So it's like, yeah, so it's more structured. Not under the works cited. That's fine. With the exclusion of this one, because this is when I'm like, I want this sentence here. I just needed to like word it better. That's fine. That gets to be an exception. This was a potential introduction to reword into this, but I'm gonna move it to the bottom anyway. Oops. Okay. And then all this. It's like it feels like I've had to cut out so much, but just because I don't have the words, don't have the word count. Okay, and all that down there. Okay, right. This is my weird mess with my introduction. Okay, let me do something now. Okay, so now that I did what I just did, I want to see the word count of everything I have so far, including include some of this. As just an estimate, anyway. And then for the introduction, I'm gonna get like just that part. Let's say. View tools word count. What are we at? That's 4,000. Or sorry, I don't know where the 4 was coming from. 721. Okay, neat, interesting. That's good. That it's under actually. Which this could potentially give me room to lengthen. And again, the word limit is 800 to 1,000. So, yeah, that's how that is. But again, I'd rather it be a little bit too long than a little too short, so it doesn't. It definitely, once I flesh out the other parts. I mean, like, look at this paragraph and how tiny it is. Once I flesh it out, then it will have more length to it. It will definitely hit the word count. I mean. What's this? Why is this not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Maybe, I think I meant for this to be 2 sentences or something. Yeah, okay. So here's what I'm going to do now. I think now's a good time to I don't have much time to take a break, but I'm specifically going to heat this up. And then I'll come back and then we'll continue this. So take a quick little mini break and then we'll do this. But now, yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize. You need it? Maybe, but I also don't have that much time. Because again, this is due at midnight tonight. So I gotta get this done soon. I didn't realize that Reptilian Goddess came back, and that like the fact that both of you are purple and both of you have Goddess in the name, I like glance over and see the same. But rest is important too. It is, but I can rest when this is done. Because again, I also got this little quiz to do. So I mean, preferably, if I finish this essay by I don't need to really study at all for this quiz. It'll be fine and easy to sort of it's gonna be really easy, and I have 2 hours to do it, which is way more time than I need to do it. So I can literally use the time of the little quiz to sort of Google things. Haha, okay, I'll change it to pink. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want. It's just that there happens to be 2 people with What time is it for you now? Oh, it's 5:25. So it's 5:25. I got till midnight, or 11:55 to be specific. If it's late, it's like what is the late? I think it's like 2.5% per day, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I'd really rather it not be late at all. You have some time. I do, but I also have this quiz thing. Let me look at something with the quiz real quick. While I wait for something to load, please go faster. In a moment. But also, yeah, I see the change in color. Now that'll be so much more easily recognizable. Unless Reptilian Goddess also changes to pink, but no, so the first quiz in this, the first quiz in the same class took me 48 minutes of the 2 hours, and that was with some double checking and Googling and all that. So yeah. So that's why I'm confident that this quiz too, I should be fine as long as I start it before 9:55. Ideally, I start that quiz before 9:55, and I'll be fine. Hopefully, I mean, ideally sooner than that, but we'll see what happens. The essay is the most important thing. If I had to like skip the quiz to finish the essay, I don't want to have to make that choice, but I would have to. Unless I start the quiz and I'm like going back and forth. 2 keyboards. Nah, I'm not going to stream doing the quiz because they really would not like me doing that, I would assume. Even this is kind of pushing it. Anyways, but I think, the faster I stop rambling, the faster I can go, the faster I can go back, the faster I finish this. But what is it? So 5:26, so, so what I say, 11:55, or sorry, 9:55, let's say, 10 o'clock. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 4.5 hours to finish this. I think I can do it. I think it's in the realm of doability. I mean, there's going to be a difference between it being finished and it being good. That's going to be a harder barrier to cross, but hopefully we can do that. Yeah. But anyway, so I'm going to quickly go, and then yeah. I mean, this is still open, so again, no obligation, Lauren, but if you want to look through things and see now things are more structured where it's more like you can see my thought process more in order here, where I literally have like blah blah blah. I just have to figure out ways of the wording of things. How do I turn this into a sentence, right? So yes, I look forward to reading it. Yeah, thank you, and I do appreciate your help, very 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 much so. But yeah, so that's it. And I guess also remember, so red is stuff that's not going to be in there, basically. I'm going to do a little just blah, oops, blah. So everything from page 5, yeah, that's that. Anyways, I'll be, yeah. Read it is not help, but haha. Any little thing, like catching one spelling error is help. So the help that I appreciate. Also, I need to remember to change it into not being Comic Sans. I do actually think that making it in Comic Sans for now has made it more, I don't know, less boring to read, I guess. More, I don't know if engaging is the right word, but it's helped. It's helped in some small fashion. But I will change it back before I submit this. I'm going to put this back into Word before I submit this. But anyways, faster I go, the faster I can go back. So hopefully I won't be too long. I'll probably continue to eat on stream. So it's just me going to heat it up and then I'll be back. So I'll keep repeating myself and saying, I'll be back. Wah! All right, I'm back. Hello, hello. Let's finish this thing. Let me get back on my lab coat. All right. Only a little bit longer. Then we'll be done this. Then I can move on to other things. Oh, let me. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so let's finish this off then. So. Oh wait, let me put my own stream back on me watching it. Gotta get that extra view. And plug my phone in. Alright, oh, no, not that. Every time I come back before I mean to. Or I gotta do this thing, Alright, but yeah, we're back. Let's get this done. So, let me put back up my planning and stuff. I'm not really using this a bit. One thing I actually did write while I was not here was what? Where was it? There was a thing somewhere in the book. He talks about the cube as if it were his child, and you can see that I did not Englishify this very well. See the deep connection he has with his creation. That was a sentence I thought up. Because I forgot that I didn't even mention that, and that was something I wanted to mention. Again, more proof that's yes, I read the book. So let's now start. We got all this planning stuff here for basically all the paragraphs. I can get rid of some of the spaces. At the end, it's proper MLA formatting to actually have no spaces between the paragraphs, so that's something. Oh, let's get rid of that red. I just had a bunch of space between here and everything down there. So the next thing I want to do, start clearing out some of those things into proper sentences. I think the first thing I'd like to do is the intro is a mess, and I would like to fix that. Even if I don't finalize it this second, I would like to make it more not broken. Okay, so I did change the name to the Rubik's Cube's Global Journey. I guess that's what I'm calling this. With the thesis having to do with, did I get a last sentence? The cube has come to be known the world over. That might be my last sentence here. So I have different pieces of what I was going to be doing with this intro. I also didn't, either in the intro or in the first paragraph itself, I want to introduce, talk about what the Rubik's Cube actually is. And I need to find a way of, describing it in a way that isn't too convoluted, and not too wordy, while still getting the gist of what it is. I can say it's a puzzle. That doesn't, it's not a jigsaw puzzle, so. But, that's not enough. Okay, so I do the enigma of the Rubik's Cube is something that has been experienced by many for the decades it has been around. Invented by Erno Rubik. This cube of cubes. It's fine to call it a cube of cubes. I think that's a fine name for it. Has mystified all who lay their hands on it. Before I had mystified everyone, it's even mystified the creator itself. I had that wording, which I liked, but then that didn't end up happening here in this iteration of it. So okay. So in terms of how I do this intro, trying to figure out the best way of going about it. My usual method of doing intros, when in a more argumentative type essay, is I'll basically have whatever first sentence as a hook, and a sentence that references each of the body paragraphs, and then the conclusion being the thesis. In this case, I could sort of combine sentences in that way. So go hook, something about the cube, introducing this could more so have to do with introducing what the cube is, something about the creator, something about tournaments, thesis. Maybe like this gets like 2 sentences for explaining what the cube is, something like that. I got my hook. I think this looks good. It works good enough for now. So, the enigma of the Rubik's cubes is something that's been experienced by many for decades. It's been around. So if I were to have a sentence or two, I want to say here's what it is, and then go invented by Erno Rubik. This cube of cubes has mystified all who lay their hands on it. Doesn't really add much other than just being cool, like wordy fluff, compared to like the sentence before. So that's something. I was like the enigma of the Rubik's cube. I like that wording. Originally, that was like my title at one point. Well, no, first my title was Rubik's Cube, the world's most popular puzzle, but that sounded too much like I was trying to prove something, prove like why it's the world's most popular puzzle. When in this case, that's not what this essay is supposed to be about. It's meant to be informative, not argumentative. I'm not proving a point. I'm just giving information while still having a thesis. So that's what I'm trying to do. So the enigma of the Rubik's Cube is something that has been experienced by many for the decades it has been around. How do I... something like a puzzle that... What's the easiest, like one sentence way I can say what a Rubik's Cube is? Pretending that you've basically, like, never seen a Rubik's Cube before. Like, I can think of lengthy ways of explaining it. It's a cube that consists of a bunch of tiny cubes. There's a bunch of corner ones, and there's a bunch of edge ones, and even some edge ones. There's a certain number, like I could count the actual numbers of those. Each side has a color, and each piece has each square having their own colors. That's one thing. One thing I brought to my attention from reading the book is that a lot of people, when they first start the cube, they when they first start like doing Rubik's Cube stuff, they don't really necessarily consider it as pieces, like how this is a piece right here. They often consider it as stickers, as the individual colors. Like this is an orange sticker. This is a green sticker. And one leap to make when it comes to being faster at Rubik's Cube solving is to actually look at like the pieces rather than just the colors. I mean, obviously you look at the colors on the pieces, but like thinking of them as pieces, like I'm solving this piece rather than solving colors. In that merit, I could describe this, like I don't necessarily have to explain it in the way of the pieces. Explain it how like in a more beginner friendly way, like just talking about the stickers. Yeah, something like that. Sorry, I'm saying this, but how do I actually word it? What are the words that I type here? A puddle that consists of blarg de blarg. Is that a better way? Is that a good way of starting the sentence, or is there a better way? The Rubik's Cube is a something. I don't like that. How do I lead in from the last sentence? So the enigma of the Rubik's Cube is something that has been experienced by many for the decades it has been around. Continuing off of that, I'm like, this cubes of cubes, this thing of different colors, that's more of like a way of kind of like an adjective where I'm just like saying the noun but describing it in a different way for the sake of wording it differently and for the sake of saying it's this mystery, so I'm going to describe it weirdly. So it's more like the subject of the sentence rather than like, well, coming later and something along those lines. So how do I word this better? Cube made of cubes, each with their own colors. That's this six. Oh wait. Oh, I love this. Wait, this six-sided anomaly. Ooh, I like that. Anomaly. The six-sided, like I just thought of like this describes this as cube of tiny cubes. What if I described it as each of the faces? I like this six-sided anomaly. I like that. That's probably someone's probably used that in some form somewhere, but yeah. I was also thinking of Gravity Falls a little bit. That show where there's a character in the show with 6 fingers, and yeah. Anyway, all right. This 6-sided anomaly has confused many. I guess I don't really describe it as confusing in the first sentence, other than saying the enigma of the Rubik's Cube, like, has confused many, has mystified all who lay their hands on it. People all over the world have tried to uncover the secrets. That is more of the sentence having to do with the tournament stuff. But if I have this and then another sentence saying, like, that's talking about, like, that it's confusing, and then a sentence about what it actually is. So, like, I don't know how to describe this. How do I describe this in such in an easy manner? Like, scramble the colors of a cube where all the sides can bend, not bending, can turn in different directions, shuffling the pieces. Around. I don't like this sentence, but there might be something in it that I can work with. Puzzle where one tries to unscramble the colors of a cube, where all the sides can turn in different colors, shuffling. Like, this is not a good sentence, but, like, how can I fix it or reword it or whatever? Wait. The aim of the puzzle is simple. The aim of the puzzle is simple. Turn the sides of the cube to shuffle the aim of the puzzle is simple. Turn the sides of the cube to make every side share the same color. The solution, however, is not. I like that. The aim is simple, the solution isn't. Something like that. As even the creator had quickly discovered. I say, like, even the creator has discovered. Rubik, blah, 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 blah. That's maybe a way to transition between calling him the creator and then saying his actual name. Rubik. Now his name is International. Something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to word this in a way that sounds like captivating and interesting rather than being so point of fact or like so simply worded or whatever. Trying to make it interesting. I don't like having a colon there, but the solution, however, is not, as even the creator had quickly discovered. Was quick to discover. Erno Rubik, the Hungarian who do I call him the Hungarian architect here, or do I like wait until the creator paragraph to bring up that information? So the direction I want this paragraph to go right now is that I did find a way I talked about like solving it and turned that into talking about the creator in a way that I think was natural. But then I want to go from the creator to the competitions. Wasn't there a sentence I had that I said people all over the world? Something like that. There needs to be some better way of transitioning, but like people all over the world. I mean, okay, international. Like, yeah. Now his name is International. People all over the. Erno Rubik did not. That's weird. Erno Rubik, the some did not aim to make a puzzle. Yeah. Now his. Did not sought out. Had not sought out to make a puzzle. I like that wording better. Had not sought out to make a puzzle, I guess. Yet now his name is International. People all over the world have uncovered the secrets this cube of cubes hold. I guess. I'm breaking out all of the synonyms here. You uncover the secrets this cube of cubes hold. This cube of cubes hold. And then transition that to some kind of... Where's my thesis? It's around here somewhere. Oh, I don't even call it the magic cube here. So am I saving the magic cube for the body paragraph? At this point, maybe I am. There's some parts of this that I kind of liked. Most people have picked up this mystifying cube at some point in their lives, and some have dedicated a part of their lives to it. Actually, maybe that's a better sentence to lead into to talk about the competition aspect. I don't want the introduction to be too long, but oops, what happened? Oops, there. So this sentence instead of this one. So Erno Rubik had not sought out to make a puzzle, yet now his name is International. Most people have picked up this mystifying cube at some point in their lives. I'd be using mystified twice, which I don't want to do. And some have dedicated... I just like the end part of that. And some have dedicated part of their lives to it as a way to say that a lot of people do this, and it's... and dedicated a large portion of their lives to it, to kind of lead into the competitive nature of it. But this doesn't really lead well from this. It's kind of... Those are two sort of disconnected things. So maybe this is better, and maybe this I save for the actual paragraph where I talk about training stuff if I don't have a better lead into it. Perhaps. People all over the world have tried to uncover the secrets this cube of cubes hold. The cube has been... no. The magic cube has come a long way from Hungary to the rest of the world, now being recognized as the world's most popular puzzle. The cube has come to... wait, oh no. This doesn't mesh well. This was the ending of this before. The cube has come to be known the world over. That's kind of my thesis. It's not really a good thesis. How do I make this a better thesis? So like my thesis is just talking about like saying like that the cube is popular internationally. But it's wording it in a way that isn't like I'm going to argue that it's really popular. Because it's not an argumentative essay, but it's so what I'm used to writing when it comes to these kinds of things. People all over the world have tried to uncover the secrets this cube of cubes hold. The magic cube has gone a long way from Hungary to the rest of the world. Now, I think I don't want to have the wording, the world's most popular puzzle, because that sounds like a claim. to back up with facts. So what if I... Something along these lines. The magic cube has gone a long way from Hungary to the rest of the world, now being recognized the world over. This is repetition. The magic cube has gone a long way from Hungary, now being recognized the world over. That's not... Is that a thesis, though? It's like the thesis is that it's international, but like I think I more so want the thesis to be about its popularity. Man, this is hard. I thought I had something. Now I'm less confident of that. So let's go over this then. So the enigma of the Rubik's Cube is something that has been experienced by many for the decades it has been around. This six-sided anomaly has mystified all who've laid their hands on it. The aim of the puzzle is simple. Turn the sides of the cube to make every side share a color. I like make every side share a color? It's fine. Solution, however, is not, as even the creator was quick to discover. Erno Rubik, a Hungarian architect. Architect. Wait, would architect be capitalized? Do you capitalize architect? It's like a job title. So I guess it's kind of like a proper noun. Yeah, sure, whatever, it's fine. Had not sought out to make a puzzle, yet now his name is international. People all over the world have tried to uncover the secrets this cube of cubes hold. The magic cube has gone a long way from Hungary, now being recognized the world over. This is feels repetition-y, but like. How do I bend this into a good thesis? Do I have any other like things I can pull from? Huh. I'm trying to think of something I can do that isn't a claim. Every idea I come up with is like, no. Or, like, every idea I come up with is like, no, this sounds like an argumentative essay thing. Let me try Googling something real quick. Informative essay thesis. Let's just see if I can... I don't know. If I can just see some examples, maybe that can just help jog some ideas. But this seems very claimy. Is that a word? I made it a word. I don't know. The Rubik's Cube's global journey. I think, I don't know. So having a thesis that's just like, it's popular everywhere. But then like my other parts I don't know if they really mesh with that. Sup, boydo? Hello, Maj. Hi. I am still here writing this essay, getting closer and closer to it being complete, hopefully. Right now I'm running into a problem where I wasn't so happy with my thesis. I'm trying to sort of change it a bit, but not break everything I've done. And make this a thesis for an informative essay that is not an argumentative essay. And call it something that's good, simply put. In very rough terms, these are like the body paragraphs I have. So like solving the cube, about the creator, history of the cube after making it, the competitive nature, so tournaments and stuff, and then the people in the tournaments and talking about world records and things like that. So we're getting there. I just don't know how to. It's like a hit or miss. Sometimes I'm either good at coming up with a good thesis immediately, or I really struggle. There's like not much of an in between with these kinds of things, especially right now, because it's that's I know who that is. Hold on. 1 minute, 1 second. Hello, hello, I'm back. And actually, I'm going to be taking a quick break, really quick. So, yeah, I will be back. Well, yeah, yeah, all right. We'll get this done. But yeah, un momento. Actually, stop the stream. I'll decide. Yeah, this might be a bit. So I'm actually going to stop the stream for now, and then I will start it up later. Maybe in like... we'll see. You'll see, I guess. But anyways, so I guess I'll do my outro then. That'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around.